Troodontid.
Driving birds into a ghostly hole is new feeder fun.
We now recognize that birds are dinosaurs. What I study is the long, deep evolution of birds from Mesozoic dinosaurs.
The very concept is unimaginable. Why, if that happened, we wouldn't have a chance. How could we possibly hope to fight them?
We couldn't, you're right. You're right, Mrs. Bundy.
Hurry up, children. Finish your lunch.
Are the birds gonna eat us, Mommy?
Birds have been on this planet since Archaeopteryx, 140 million years ago. Doesn't it seem odd that they'd wait all that time to start a war?
Who said anything about a war? All I said...
Troodon probably fed on our ancestors, the early mammals.
It is the most intelligent, adaptable, and successful hunter on the planet.
Look at the gap.
That's not bad for a quadruped. You gotta check your mirrors, just side of your eye. Side of your eye.
Success.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. It is so good to have you here right now. Happy Thursday afternoon to you, and happy Thursday BIRDSday. Whether it happens to be Thursday for you watching right now, hello to all of our wonderful live viewers, or whether you're watching sometime in the future, either in the Twitch VOD or on YouTube, welcome to Paleontologizing. Happy Thursday BIRDSday. I'm glad you're here. Let me introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. You probably know already that a paleontologist is a scientist who studies fossils. I work on dinosaur fossils in particular, hence dinosaur paleontologist. You could probably guess that looking at my office, right? But yeah, most paleontologists don't study dinosaurs, but I do. I dig up dinosaurs. I you know, collect them with various institutions across the American West, various museums. I study dinosaurs, I publish on them in the scientific literature, and now, 5 days a week, right here on Twitch, I try and peel back the curtain and give you an inside peek into how fossil science works, to the best of my ability. It's all about science outreach, you know? That's what I'm trying to do here. So if you've got questions about dinosaurs, about natural history, about science in general, don't hesitate to ask me those questions. That's what it's all about, you know? Questions and answers are the bread and associated butter of these live streams, so don't be shy with those questions. We're going to be looking at some fossil news in a little bit. We're going to be talking about Troodon nests, yes indeed, and ankylosaur skulls, and pathologies associated with them. Very cool stuff. And then we'll get into Thursday BIRDSday later also. It's going to be kind of a loosey-goosey stream today. Not just because geese are birds, but because we don't have a whole lot on the agenda. So this live broadcast is going to go into all kinds of interesting directions, I'm sure, and you can help direct that by asking questions. Let's go through chat real quick before we get to anything else. Say hello to everybody, and we'll get this thing kicked off. Smorphosaurus appears to have been first today. How you doing, Smorf? Welcome, welcome. Kodali, what's shaking with you? Good to have you.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
And
Bird. Bird is the word.
bird is the word today, Ghostly Ghoul, and thank you for those 100 bits. I really appreciate that. And the 200 bits earlier from Golganek. Appreciate that too. Thank you, Golganek. And another 200 bits earlier too. Wonderful. Thank you so much, Golganek. I really appreciate that. Yeah. And there's Golganek there in chat with all those apatosaurs. I love it. How you doing, Golganek? Always wonderful to see you. Brow, what's up with you? Hey there to you too, Brow. Howdy, howdy. Glad you could make it. XF Kirsten, happy Thursday BIRDSday to you also. Jody Fish, it's good to have you here. Welcome back. Astronomy Show, what's shaking? Howdy, howdy. Arlay, hope you're having a good day so far. It's good to see you. Scrolling. Eddie Scarin. How are things in your part of the world, Eddie? Welcome back. And Lenina, how are you doing, Lenina? Thank you for that reminder for everybody to get their Thursday BIRDSday picture into the Discord. Yeah, we'll be covering that in probably an hour or two. Although we'll see. Yeah. Neilf, how are you doing? Welcome, Neilf. It's good to see you. Not the Brain, hello to you too. I hope things are good. Travel the World, always lovely to see you travel. I hope you're having a good day so far in your part of the world. Welcome back to Paleontologizing Travel. Appreciate your support. Yeah. Who else do we have got here? MS Coggins, what's shaking with you? Howdy, howdy. Neon Coffee Cat, great to see you here too. The helicopter exploding, is that from Independence? It was Neon Coffee Cat, yeah. That was the White House exploding too, but that shot is so short. Even after I slowed it down, it's like, yeah, it doesn't quite register. But yeah. You hear loons in the background. Where is that, Eddie Scarin? And how are you doing, Nafron? Great to have you here too. Welcome, Nafron. Rizadega, how are you doing? Troodontid to you too, Risu. Great to have you here. Mudman says hi, Danny. Hi, Mudman. I hope things are going well with you. Subsonic Flight, we're shaking with you. Master of Interest. I'm glad you like the cold open videos, Subsonic Flight. I'm glad you like those. Yeah. And Birds Are Dead On, overindulged. How are you doing? Birds Are Dead On. We are going to be indulging in some bird discussion today, so I hope you're ready for that. Yeah, if we have time, I also found an old documentary about the dinosaur bird link. We might take a gander at that also. No pun intended. Would have been a better pun if it were a documentary about geese, but you catch my meaning. And Fluff, how are you doing? Go for Fluffernet. How are things? It's good to have you here. And did I look into Starlink yet? I was gonna set it up this morning, travel, and I looked at the weather, and it's supposed to rain tomorrow. And I need 72 hours of uninterrupted satellite time to get the thing dialed in, and I don't want to leave it out in the rain overnight. I mean, I could, but yeah, I think it's gonna wait till next week. But yeah, or maybe Saturday I'll get it set up. Yeah. But yeah, and life is good. Glad to hear it, Fluff. Glad to hear it. And darn you weather. Yes, Morphosaurus, it's... You know, sometimes here in the beautiful, sunny San Francisco Bay Area, sometimes we do get rain, and those are usually causes for celebration because it's so rare. It normally is so beautiful and bright and sunny here that anytime we get rain, I'm always grateful for it. Sometimes it does interfere with some plants, you know. You get used to things being sunny all the time, and it's a bit of a shock when they're not. So yeah. And an astronomy show. Are you hearing something weird from the mic? But yeah. Anyway. Happy Thursday BIRDSday, everyone. Happy Thursday BIRDSday. Can somebody do the birds command again real quick? And Claire Burr, how did I miss you? How are you doing, Claire? Welcome, welcome, Claire. I hope everything is good in your part of the world. It's great to see you. Hope things are, hope things are all hunky-dory. Thanks for being here, Claire. Claire says I'm sneaky. There you go. Yeah. Now, for whatever reason, the purple of your username sometimes blends in with the black background on OBS. So yeah. Extra fine and dandy, in fact. I'm so glad to hear that, Claire. I'm so glad to hear that. Lovely. Yeah. Well, we've got a bunch of cool people here, and there's a lot going on right now in science and technology category. We've got like 10 times the usual number of viewers in this category right now, if you go and check. Because all of these First Inspires Robotics Championship channels are going right now, and yeah, for once we're not toward the top, which is kind of nice. It's nice to be a small fish in a big pond for once. And it's good to see more viewers for science and technology. That makes me really happy. What are these about? Let's take a look. Just out of curiosity.
978 head over stations, and let's see what they're going to have an intake on. 8884 makes a deposit at the highest
Interesting. I wonder if these are all custom built using the same parts, or if they're
able to come in there and receive a nice little treat. And
yeah, this is interesting stuff.
that cone is in their possession. 4152. That's Hoya Robotics. All three red robots.
Huh. Very cool. Yeah, neat. Again, it's good to have more channels and more viewers in the science and technology category. It makes me happy. So yeah. And it's not a fight, it's a task course. Yeah, it looks like robot agility, you know? Like an agility course for dogs, but for robots. That's pretty neat. They also have to pick stuff up and move things around. But yeah. And, anywho, yeah. I wanted to share a couple of things with you. Holy cow, this is blowing up on the old bird website right now. In fact, let's play that video sting right here, talking about Twitter on the old social meteor. How do I not have a button for this yet? Yeah, here. Let's talk about some social meteor. Here's the video sting. Social meteor. I've actually been having a pretty good time on here lately, even if the website does still seem like it is a ship very slowly sinking. But, yeah, this is getting a surprising amount of attention. It's still getting attention right now, which is pretty cool. We were talking about Carnotaurus, of course, on Tuesday. And, people are still liking this left and right, which is really cool. But this is something decidedly less cool that I happened across, when was it, yesterday morning? I found it pretty concerning. So I've got a Windows computer, and then on the taskbar at the bottom, there's a little stegosaur cartoony icon that appeared in my taskbar. I hovered my cursor over it, and this is what popped up. Create dinosaur images. So this is some sort of garbage AI thing where they'll just, like, randomly generate... Not randomly generate, but, like, you give it some sort of a prompt, and, it'll try and generate a dinosaur image for you. And, of course, they're all terrible. They don't look anything like dinosaurs. The point that I was making here is that if you thought the internet was full of garbage dinosaur images before, it's about to get much worse. And I know digital artists online are really, really not happy about just the... I don't know. The potential, which already seems to be manifesting, coming about, becoming reality. The potential for AI basically causing a steep decline in the quality of information and the quality of images across the internet. The floodgates are opening, and just the increditing of knowledge and imagery, it seems like it's just beginning. It's really... It's going to start things off on a sour note, but... Ugh! Really gross. Really gross. Anyway. But yeah. And Science Streams, how are you doing, Valent? Welcome, welcome. It's good to see you. But yeah, did I try any of my own images, says Tommy Platycus? I didn't, but some other people did. Tommy Platycus, you did one, right? Yeah, there you go. Brachiosaurus, it didn't go well. No, this is horrendous. Oh my goodness, is that supposed to be its mouth? Or is that supposed to be like a lambeosaur type crest going up at the top? Or what even is... Anyway. I've already started to see a few, like, AI-generated dinosaur illustrations being used in news articles and stuff like that. Rather than going and using a stock image, they'll just generate an image for free. And they're always garbage. Just absolute dog water. So yeah. Yeah, Lenina. Thank you. Anyway, this person who works for Microsoft completely missed the point. Shocking. It's not like engineers have ever missed the point of anything before. But yeah. Anyway. New technology can be a wonderful thing, but it's not going to be used for anything good in this case. It's just going to be used to muck everything up, and I don't know. Not thrilled about the inevitable torrent of really, really cruddy AI-generated dinosaur images. To me, I think what I really find objectionable about this is that it kind of speaks to an attitude in our culture that, I don't know, kind of missing the point of dinosaurs. Treating dinosaurs like they're some sort of sci-fi or fantasy animal, and that, you know, imagine this if it said, like, you know, create, what if it just said animal images? Like, oh, we'll randomly generate an animal for you. And people would go, wait, what? That's not an animal. That's made up. What are you talking about? It's nonsense. But they think they can get away with it for dinosaurs. And to me, it hurts my soul as a paleontologist. Dude, you understand what I mean about that? Am I explaining this well? It's just a complete lack of appreciation for the fact that dinosaurs are real, you know? Yeah. I don't know. And AI is only as good as the prompt engine? No, it's worse. It's much worse. Nice, Alan. That's the thing, is that if you type in, oh, you show me a Kentrosaurus, for instance, and I think somebody did do that here, right? Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, this, again. Kentrosaurus. Lovely, graceful dinosaur, Kentrosaurus. You find you a decent one. Kentrosaurus, there we go. Love this. What a beautiful Kentrosaurus here. Just stupendous. Really lovely. Beautiful plant-eating dinosaur. Stegosaur from the late Jurassic of Tanzania. And, this is supposed to be Kentrosaurus according to the AI program, you know? Just... Again, really, really lousy. Just kind of treating dinosaurs like they're sci-fi monsters. I'm not saying that I'm mad about the AI doing this. It's garbage. It's not going to produce good stuff in the first place because it's not been trained on anything that's halfway decent. What I'm more upset about is the idea that they want to show this off with dinosaurs. Thank you, Tommy Plodicus, for that gift sub. I appreciate that. Yeah. The idea that, like, oh yeah, dinosaurs, nobody really knows anything about dinosaurs anyway, so, you know, create dinosaur images. They wouldn't do this with modern animals. You know, they'd have to call them monsters. But when it's dinosaurs, people go, oh yeah, that's a dinosaur. It's good enough. Nobody really cares. No. I care. And I hope you care too. So anyway, yeah. But yeah, anyway, Tommy Plodicus, I really appreciate that gift sub. Thank you for supporting Science Outreach here on Twitch. And I don't mean to be too much of a negative Nancy about all this stuff, but yeah. Anyway. Charlie Rex says, what did you think of 65? Charlie Rex, I did a whole live stream about that. And I've got a news article too. Yeah. I was quoted in this for Insider magazine. Yeah. 65 could have been a lot better if the dinosaurs were actually halfway decent. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Would have been nice if they had feathers. Would have been nice if they didn't act like monsters. Would have been nice if they didn't just make up a bunch of fictional monsters for this film. You know. Like this, basically. They might as well be AI generated. It was just, you know, completely made up. Anyway, here's a link to that article right there. And, yeah. Yeah. And here, maybe I can give you a link to the... If you want to go back and watch that video, it's on YouTube. My VOD with that. Where was it? Here in the videos. There we go. Yeah. Except Kirsten says Adam Driver's gonna break his back, Gary. Yeah, we talk about this extensively. And I even had some, like, stills from the movie and stuff like that. So, anyway, it's, Oh, yeah, and a lot of the creatures I thought looked a lot like this. You know, half of the dinosaurs and other critters reminded me of this particular Muppet character. Anyway, here's a link to that VOD if you'd like to check that out, Charlie Rex. And if anybody's not yet subscribed to the YouTube channel, you know, subscribing on YouTube doesn't mean subscribing like on Twitch. It just means following. So if you'd like to follow me or subscribe on YouTube, I'd appreciate that. I'm trying to grow this whole thing here, and yeah, I'd appreciate any support you could lend there. You know, even if it's just a click of a button, you know? Yeah. And Astronomy Show, yeah, go ahead and link that. Sure. You put it on Twitter? Yeah, let's see it, Astronomy Show. Yeah, why not create your own kaiju or create your own dragon? Yeah, there you go, Golganek, but that's the thing, is that dinosaur... I don't know. It's almost like they're trying to borrow the word dinosaur because it adds some degree of legitimacy, or like... I don't know. Dinosaurs just got a better ring to it, I guess. Dinosaurs have a better public image than kaiju, maybe. I don't know. Yeah... And Harass says, AI-supported painting can help depict dinosaurs even without the human having much artistic skills. Oh, I mean, that's the whole point, is that you just type in words and then it spits out an image. But the thing is, it's only trained on... Well, here we go. Yeah, loud. So this is, again, supposed to be Kentrosaurus right here. This dinosaur is Kentrosaurus. It's a stegosaur, you know? Oh boy. And that is not Kentrosaurus. That's just some random generic theropod. And it just it makes me want to puke. It's just ugh. It's like it's just utterly soulless, you know? It feels like a trick, you know? Like it's like they're trying to get one over on you, you know? That's what it feels like to me. Because it's like, well, this is just kind of procedurally generated from a bunch of different images of some sort of theropod dinosaur. But they get all of the details wrong in a way that just, it hurts. The teeth. There's like, look at all of those teeth. It's just absolutely nuts. The eyes look wrong. I mean, I don't know. To me, AI art, procedurally generated images like this, they feel like the ultimate triumph of flash over substance. Of appearances over actual content, you know? I would much rather have a much more crudely drawn image of a dinosaur that's actually created by somebody and actually has some thought and intention behind it. That's the whole point of paleo art, you know? Is that it's being drawn from reality. And I don't know, call me a Luddite, but I don't think AI is ever going to achieve that. Most people can't get it right, honestly. AI is just going to be so much worse. So I don't know. Yeah. Filter feeding theropod 6 Victorious, I know, right? Yeah. But yeah. Using different AI to determine their gait, but it's always a garbage in, garbage out kind of thing, Celadon K. So, like, I don't know. I'm very, very suspicious of kind of numbers-first approaches to paleobiology. Because usually the numbers that go into it aren't very good in the first place. It's something that requires a certain degree of human interpretation and expertise. You know? I don't know. Yeah, there's a project that I'm working on where I'm tallying up all this different data on pretty much every dinosaur that's ever been described. And this information is available online, and that's where I'm drawing it from. But it requires a great degree of... there's a term for this in data science, and in, like, library science and stuff like that. But it's like data validation or something like that, where you actually have to know a thing or two about the subject that you're studying in order to be able to weed out the good data from the bad data. You know, filter out all the crud and just have, you know, good, reliable information in there. And so I've discussed with a few other people before, and they're like, oh yeah, just use the paleobiology database or this or that. But there's so much crud in there, you got to go through and filter it out by hand. So yeah, I don't know. I'm really, really suspicious of any time that anybody tries to automate a process like this, because I think because a computer spits it out, that gives it this veneer. People think that it has this. They feel that it has a certain veneer of like authenticity. Like, oh, a computer did it, so it's got to be correct because computers don't make mistakes. It's like you're completely missing the point, you know. And this I think it's part of that, you know? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Use of AI to fill gaps in knowledge would only work if the AI had proper cognitive faculties. There you go, Kelladon K, yeah. Yeah. And I don't know, I've talked to various people who are kind of in fields sort of adjacent to AI. And they're like, yeah, everybody disagrees on how long that'll take or if it's even possible. That you'll have true artificial intelligence, where it can actually be creative in a meaningful sense and make connections where those connections aren't explicit in its training data, for instance. So yeah, I don't know. But yeah, and Kelladon says computers are dumb. Can confirm. I'm a software developer. There you go, Kelladon Case. Yeah, see, you know better than anybody. Absolutely. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. Astronomy Show says my prompt was create a very accurate photorealistic Kentrosaurus. Yeah. Oh boy. And so what it probably ignored the word Kentrosaurus because it didn't know what that was, and it probably just did dinosaur. If you were to leave out the word dinosaur from that prompt, Astronomy Show, I bet you it would give you much less consistent results. Yeah, it'll probably be all over the map. They won't all be like they won't all be generic theropod like this. Yeah. So yeah, yeah. Anyway. Darkness says computers don't do mistakes, but they can be wrong. Is that a distinction without a difference? I mean, a mistake is an error, or a mistake is, you know, the result is not what was intended, right? Yeah, so how is that different from just being wrong? Yeah. But yeah, you know, there are bugs in software, there are bugs in programs, there can be mechanical failures sometimes. I know that's not quite as common nowadays, but yeah, there's any number of ways that errors can arise. I don't know. Yeah. And there you go, Risa Dego. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. And Layer T says, computers do what we tell them to, the fault is on us? I mean, I don't know. You know who makes fun of me for this kind of thing sometimes is Ios, who is a programmer herself. She writes code for Twitch, and she knows 100 quadrillion zillion times more about this than I do. But I don't know. So like she would never, for instance, get mad at a computer for not doing what she wanted it to do. Yeah. I have no problem getting mad at a computer. You know, I'll do that all day, every day. It doesn't do what I want it to do. But it's not really getting mad at the computer. It's more getting mad at, like, why am I forced into this situation where I have to do something? This is not how I would have designed this in the first place. And it's just frustrating that, like, we're expected to bend over backwards, learn new programs, change our behavior in order to, like, fit into this system that we have put in front of us and that we're, like, kind of forced into. And, like, I really rankle at that, you know? So, yeah. Yeah. I agree with Mayor Space on this, as usual. Mayor Space, yes. Yes. But yeah. Yeah. And I've not been to the P.O. Box yet this week. Hopefully, Saturday morning I can go there, Ziggy Nightmare, yeah. Oh, wait, but, hang on. I was there a little while ago. I did get a card. Let me see if I can find that real quick. There's a chance it's in my car. But let me look. There we go. Here's that card. Yeah. It looks like dinosaurs threw up on it, says Ziggy Nightmares. Well... cover up the return address there. Yeah. Let's go ahead and take a look. Is this it right here, Ziggy? Very, very nice. I really like this. I like this one in particular. This old-fashioned sauropod with the heart. That's very cute. Oh, and this... who is that supposed to be? Is it supposed to be Allosaurus? This almost looks like John Sibbick's Allosaurus from David Norman's book. I wonder if that's the same... if that's based on that art. I think it might be. Yeah, shoot. Right here. And... right here, this Allosaurus right here. This seems to have been the basis for this. They're just flipped around, but you can tell by the pose on the arms right there. Just that kind of mouth slightly open. Here, right here. Right there. And right there. Take a look at that. Yeah. So there's already a lot of, like, repetitiveness in dinosaur art, especially on the internet. And in stickers and stuff like this, too. But this... I don't know, it just feels so much more... intentional. Also, they changed the number of fingers, it looks like, almost. Like they're trying to make this T-Rex rather than Allosaurus. But that's clearly based on that illustration right there. Yeah, it does have a charm to it, certainly, Ziggy. Agreed. That is, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Yeah. Roses and Tea says, nicely spotted, thank you. You know, shoot. All of the illustrations in this book are just burned into my brain permanently. This was like my personal Bible when I was a kid. Growing up, this was my very favorite dinosaur book. And I'm kind of proud of that fact, actually. Because this was the dinosaur book to have.
70-million-year-old dinosaur eggs, and they're perfectly preserved.
Murderous Squirrel, thank you for the 20 months. Uh-oh. Thank you, Murderous Squirrel, for the 20 months of support. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you for keeping me here online for 20 months. Holy cow. Yeah. So this book right here was basically... there will never be another book like this ever made. Because this was basically almost everything that we knew about dinosaurs back in the, you know, late 1970s, early 1980s. All compiled in here. You know, especially with respect to different groups of dinosaurs, like these guys. Just really comprehensive, and it cites the literature, you know, countless times in here. Like, this is all information that's drawn directly from the scientific literature. It was this beautiful compendium of like the then current state of dinosaur knowledge. And it's very comprehensive for the time. But the thing is, when this book was written, there was probably about 300 or 400 different species or genera of dinosaurs that have been named. Yeah, nowadays there's easily 1,000. And the amount of information that we have about each of these is also far greater as our understanding of dinosaurs has grown. And so if you were to ever make a similar book like that, it would be 10 times longer if it were just as comprehensive. And by the time you finally get it published, it would also be completely out of date, because it would take so long to put a project like that together, you know? So yeah. No, you're good, Kirsten Games. Thank you for the 100 bits. Appreciate you. Yeah. So anyway, great book. There's actually still a lot of really, really good information in here, and there's a lot of almost like, ideas that were put forth in here that were never really subsequently explored. So, I don't know. Sometimes I'll be looking through this, looking at a particular group of dinosaurs, and suddenly I'll have an idea like, wow, that would be a really interesting study. Somebody should write a paper on this. Somebody should run this kind of experiment, or, you know, test the relationship between these two animals, or see if this creature would have behaved in this way by, you know, yeah. I don't know. Love that book. Really do. And it is the last of its kind. There will never be another book like that. Nowadays we have Wikipedia. And that's constantly being updated. And there you go. Yeah. But yeah. And Freya says, what is the best modern dinosaur book? It depends. Oh boy. It really depends on what you're looking for. Are you looking for an encyclopedia? Are you looking for a narrative book, like a story? Are you looking for a children's book? Are you looking for a book about a particular aspect of dinosaur science? It all depends. Yeah. Kirsten Game says, I was told Wikipedia isn't credible. I can't necessarily speak for other areas. Like if you're to look up, I don't know, the history of lighthouses, or NASCAR racing, or Norwegian folk dancing or something. I don't know if the information in there is going to be credible. But when it comes to dinosaurs, holy cow, Wikipedia is, and I say this with confidence, the best single source of up-to-date, accurate information on dinosaurs on the whole internet. You can't beat Wikipedia. It is superb. It's a quadrillion times better than, like, Encyclopedia Britannica or something, because that never gets updated. Wikipedia is updated all the time, with new publications, new information, yeah. So yeah. But anyway, yeah. And, let's see here. Dinosaurs, yes, says Golganite. Okay, yeah. Not often reading about politicians or celebrities on Wikipedia. Celebrities aren't even real, you know? They're all made up anyway. You can't find it, you know, accurate information on them because they're made up. But yeah. But yeah. Moosey Fate says, I love Wikipedia for how it's constantly vetted. Controversial knowledge is usually absent or labeled as such. Yeah. I don't know. There are a few things that, like, I don't know. There are... If I'm gonna, like, find problems with Wikipedia's treatment of different dinosaurs, it's gonna be niche stuff. Let's see. Let's look up Stygimoloch. And... Wow. Usually the Wikipedia link is the first one, but for once it's not. Yeah. Okay, that's cool. Stygimoloch actually redirects to Pachycephalosaurus. Never mind. That's great. Yeah. The genus Tylosteus has been synonymous with Pachycephalosaurus as of the genera Stygimoloch and Dracorex in recent studies. Yeah. Whereas, we look up Torosaurus. You know, I'm of the opinion that Torosaurus is the same dinosaur as Triceratops. And I'm not going to go into a great level of detail here. I could talk about this for a long time, and honestly, there's like a lot of unpublished data that I probably shouldn't be talking about, so we're not going to discuss this right now, but I and a number of colleagues are convinced that Torosaurus is just, it's the same dinosaur as Triceratops. But that's not what Wikipedia says, and that's actually kind of a good thing, I suppose. Because I and the colleagues who agree with me on this, we're outliers there. That's not the general consensus among dinosaur paleontologists at the moment. At least not yet. hopefully, when some of this stuff gets published, we can bring some more people around to our side, and then the consensus will slowly start to change. And Wikipedia will reflect that. But right now, I mean, Wikipedia is doing a good job of this, because the general consensus among most dinosaur paleontologists, although certainly not all, is that Torosaurus and Triceratops are two different genera. Yeah. Torosaurus is thought to have been the same size as the contemporary Triceratops, but is distinguished by an elongate frill with openings, fenestrae, long squamosal bones of the frill. In 2010, the validity of Torosaurus was disputed. And since then, too. Yeah. Yeah. It is still heavily debated whether Torosaurus truly is an adult Triceratops or a separate genus, although most researchers favor the latter interpretation currently. So that's very well written. Like, kudos to Wikipedia for that. That's really well done. This is a pretty good, kind of summary of the current thinking on this animal. But yeah, it is still heavily debated, certainly. Oh yeah. Yeah. Anyway, no, we need a more upbeat song than this. There we go. That's better. Yeah. But yeah. And Roses and Tea, I've had the same thing happen before too, where I've tried to update something on Wikipedia, and then an editor kept reverting the update, and then locked the page, and it's like... Yeah. The reference that they were citing in one of the claims contradicted what they were saying in the Wikipedia article, and I pointed that out, and they didn't want to listen. And then I went back later. Here, I can show you. I can show you exactly what that was, actually. It was the article for the USS Pampanito, which is a World War II submarine that's docked right over here in San Francisco. And, yeah, there we go right there. It used to have a sentence right here, and if you want to, you could go through the history, where it said that the USS Pampanito is the only U.S. submarine ever named after the pompano fish. And I edited that, to take that part out. I'm like, that's not true, because there's also, of course, the USS Pompano. Right? Wait, where is that? There it is. Yeah. So yeah. And it was the second United States Navy ship to be named for the Pompano. There you go. So they've since corrected this. I know one of the editors was throwing a fit about it, but, like, these things eventually get resolved. So, yeah. Yeah, anyway. But yeah. And astronomy show. Oh, there's a big section on the Torosaurus page about that, yeah. Yeah. And you've been to the Pampanito a couple times? Very cool, Caravan, very cool. Yeah. And hang on, oh, Chudley had a question. Let me find that. Chudley says, so recently you talked about how buying dinosaur bones for private collection is unethical. I stand by that, yeah. Are there any fossils that are okay to own privately that won't impact scientific research? Yes, 100%, yeah. Shoot. This lovely fish right here, genus Diplomystus, I think, from the Green River Formation. There are thousands, if not tens or hundreds of thousands, of specimens of these that are in museum collections. They're incredibly common, and yeah, this is not hurting anybody by being here in my office. I got this as a gift from L.J. Krumanacker, actually, paleontologist from Idaho, who was involved with the new Idaho State dinosaur. But yeah, yeah. So if it's a really, really common fossil, you can 100% privately own that. Yeah. Yeah, and there's, you know, nothing ethically dubious about that. If it's a really rare fossil, for instance, you know, a dinosaur skeleton or something, then chances are, yeah, that definitely does, you know.
It belongs in a museum.
Yeah. So yeah, yeah. You've been looking into getting a ring with megalodon tooth added in, and I'm now concerned about the impact on research? No, Chudley, don't worry about that. Megalodon teeth are pretty common, and you see them for sale a lot. Yeah, shoot, if it were a megalodon skeleton, which has never been found before, we don't have, you know, a full-size megalodon skeleton. Like, it just doesn't exist. That would be a tragedy if a whole skeleton of the animal ended up, a whole vertebral series with jaws and teeth, if that ended up in a private collection not to be studied. But a tooth, you know, megalodon, their teeth are all over the place in late Cenozoic marine strata. So yeah, and you have a few of those. Oh, very cool, Neverwinterful, very cool. So there you go, Chudley. I hope that answers your question. Thank you for asking. That's conscientious of you to do that. Appreciate it. Don't sweat it. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, it did? Excellent. Here, let's open up this card or letter from Ziggy. Ziggy name, are you ready for this? Yeah. Should we go ahead and open it up? Let me know what your go ahead. I'll go ahead and open this thing up. Let's do it. All right. My letter opener here. And look at that. Oh man. Got some dinosaurs. Ceratopsian, Stegosaur, big old Carnosaur, and a non-dinosaur synapsid right there. Some sort of Pelycosaur, like like Dimetrodon or a Dilophosaurus. All right. And look at that! Holy cow! I know this Stegosaurus. This is from Dinosaur National Monument, I believe. Colorado dinosaur of 150 million years ago. That's a beautiful, beautiful photo right there. Really like that a lot. Oh, holy cow! There's pennies here. Oh man, this is wonderful. Thank you, thank you. Dear Danny, thank you for always making my day with dino facts. Oh, Ziggy, I really appreciate that. I wanted to send a small token of my appreciation. Or 2 tokens. Pressed pennies from the museums here. The train from the Carnegie Science Center and the Diplodocus from the Carnegie Museum of Natural History. That's Dippy, very, very famous dinosaur. One of the most famous individual dinosaurs ever. I've already learned so much from your streams and look forward to learning even more. Oh, Ziggy, thank you, thank you. Holy cow, this is very thoughtful of you. And I really appreciate it. There is the train. Very nice. Very nice indeed. Look at that. Yeah. Oh, I love it. And, holy cow, very excited to add this to my collection. I collect pressed pennies in general, but dinosaur pressed pennies, or paleontology-related ones, are my specialty. From the Carnegie Museum of Natural History. Very, very, very cool, Ziggy. Holy cow. That was tremendously thoughtful of you, and I appreciate that very, very much. Holy cow. Yeah. Here, let's... I think it's in here. Are my dinosaur pressed pennies? And, this album right here. Every time I visit a new place, I go on a vacation, I'm traveling to a new area, I always make sure that I check in advance for any pressed penny machines in the area. And I've got a growing collection These are just the fossil-themed ones right here. Yeah. Various places. That's from the Thermopolis, Wyoming Dinosaur Museum there. The museum at Thanksgiving Point in Lehi, Utah. There's Hesperosaurus right here. Stegosaur. Yeah, anyway. Lots and lots of pressed pennies. You know, this is, I was talking with Ios and Lordy about this recently, and they're like, you know what, Danny, we're really glad that you have a hobby like that, you know, it's cool that you're this enthusiastic about it, and that it doesn't break the bank, you know? Like, you know, some men collect classic cars, or, you know, Civil War artifacts, or, I don't know, gold bullion or something like that. What do I collect? I collect pennies. It's a very affordable kind of hobby, and it's even more affordable when wonderful people like Ziggy send me new pressed pennies, and I am very, very excited to add these to my collection. So thank you, Ziggy. That's, that really does bring me joy. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, you bet there's a taco worth of pennies in there? Well, I mean, it's more than that. Because when you use one of those pressed penny machines, it's like my Uncle Russ used to say. You know, a penny saved is a penny earned, but a penny squished is 51 cents. So you have to put 2 quarters in with the penny, and you don't get the quarters back, but you do get the penny back, squished into a pressed penny. So yeah. Yeah. Gotta pay money to squish money. There you go, Fall Machine. Yes, indeed. Yeah. They also collect knowledge and experience. Exactly, Golganek. Yeah. Yeah. And those are things you can take to the bank. Not literally, of course. But yeah. Can you pick the type of penny? So I do, Ice Allen. When I'm going to press a penny myself, I always make sure that it is a pre-1982 penny, which are becoming rarer, you know, by the year. Because prior to 1982, U.S. copper pennies were, you know, made of copper. Today, pennies are, I think, coated with zinc, or maybe it's just a... Here. Yeah. Let's see here. sc.gov, short history of the Lincoln penny. Yeah. There we go. Let's see. In 1982, the fast-rising price of copper forced the U.S. Mint to change the composition of the penny to primarily zinc with pure copper plating. This allowed the copper penny to retain its traditional appearance while primarily being made of zinc. And zinc is a lot cheaper to work with, but it also doesn't press quite as pretty. So, like, you'll get streaks on the back. It kind of, like, stretches, because it's not as malleable as copper is, to my understanding. So yeah, if you're like an avid collector, then you want to make sure that you've got pre-1982 pennies, because they're copper. So yeah, becoming rare because somebody keeps squishing them. Well, guilty, Ball Machine. Yeah. The Zinc Lobby one, yeah. But you know, we can't stay mad at Zinc. Zinc is one of those things that, yeah. If we didn't have it, would we be in a world of pain? As you'll see here. That's dark. Oh my goodness. Yeah. So even though the Zinc Lobby, well, I suppose we have the Zinc Lobby to thank for the fact that we still have the penny here in the U.S. and Canada. They discontinued the penny, so pressed penny machines, I think, are kind of a thing of the past in Canada. You know, that's why if I were, you know, U.S. president. Sure, you know, it costs so much more to manufacture a penny than a penny is actually, excuse me, than a penny is worth. Although that's the same for most coins. It's the same for dimes and nickels, too. Yeah, I would enact policies of massive deflation. So, you know, a penny would be worth several dollars. And that way we could still have pressed penny machines, even with, inflation. There you go, yeah. And rat acid. You should take that up with the writers for The Simpsons, circa 1994. I'm kidding. That's interesting. What are firing pins actually made of, if they're not zinc? Yeah, they'd be steel, I would bet. Steel? Yeah. Okay. That makes sense. Steel is a very resilient kind of metal. So yeah. Yeah. And it isn't zinc the sunscreen that looks like face paint? That's zinc oxide. There you go, XF Kirsten. Yeah. The old ZO2, right? Yeah. Zinc is brittle. Yep. That makes sense. Yeah. At least compared to steel. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Good stuff. What do you say we get into some fossil news here? Thank you again, Ziggy Nightmare, so much for these. I am very excited to add these to my collection. I've actually got a special album that I'm putting together just with pennies that I got from chat. Yeah, that people have sent to me from this community, and I will be adding these to that once I dig it out. I think the album is right here. I turned off my monitor by mistake. Is it here? That's it there. Yeah. Nope, that's not it. Well, I will find it. And when I do, I will be adding your gifted pennies into there. So thank you, Ziggy Nightmares. I really appreciate that. And if anybody else happens to have any pressed penny machines near where they live, and they would like to send me some, I will be deeply grateful. There's a website, actually, where you can look up, yeah, pressed penny locations. There we go. And you might have to copy and paste that link. This is one of these really, really old websites where it's basically like an IP address. Or something like that. But yeah, California. Let's scroll through here. Here, for instance, are the Cabazon dinosaurs in Cabazon, California. Yeah. Good stuff. I have both of these. I went here with Lordy back in summer of 2021. We actually did a live stream from here. It was a ton of fun. So anyway, yeah. You actually used the website to double check. That's very cool, Ziggy Nightmares. Yeah. Thank you again. And what's the best way to clean them? So I use usually some baking soda in water, and I let them soak in there for a little bit, and then after I take them out, I use Brasso on them. I put on some gloves, and I rub them down with some Brasso, and that seems to work really, really well. Yeah. And thank you, Claire Burr. I appreciate that. Yeah. Anyway, let's go ahead and let's get into some fossil news here. Who would like to hear about nesting behavior in the dinosaur Troodon? You know, several people here in chat happen to be quite infatuated with that dinosaur Troodon. And, yeah. So let's go ahead and do that. Without further ado, let's get into some fossil news. Our top story on fossil news tonight. Clever bird-like dinosaurs that lived 74 million years ago got cozy in communal nests, study suggests. Very, very cool. New research has found that Troodontids, a group of bird-like dinosaurs that lived about 74 million years ago, had high enough body temperatures to brood their eggs in communal nests. And then slightly goofy Troodon illustration there, but yeah. Here, if you want, well, shoot. Let me play you a quick video. You saw the Troodontid in the cold open video this morning. Earlier on stream. Troodontid, there we go. Yeah. Here we go.
Most animals flee from the flames. But for some, the disaster creates opportunities.
Uh-oh. Ambulance chasers.
This 6-foot-long dinosaur, a Troodontid, is one of the smaller members of the theropod group.
What's that
huge
noise?
Eyes give it a cute sight, even in this smoky gloom.
It is a cute sight to see,
And
isn't
for
it?
its size, its brain is one of the largest on the planet. It is the most intelligent, adaptable, and successful hunter in the Arctic.
Maybe good point, Galore Dragon. Most being the operative term there, yeah.
At the far edge, Troodontids gather to prey on animals that are trying to escape the flames. Anything that spreads the fire creates more opportunities for the most ingenious Arctic hunter of its time.
There we go. Committing arson there. Get the mammal, Golganek. Yes, indeed. Ooh. Ah, wrecked.
Success.
So that is a Troodontid. these dinosaurs have been touted as some of the most, presumably some of the most intelligent of all dinosaurs, given that they do seem to have a very high, what we call EQ, which means encephalization quotient. And that's just a fancy term for, it's got a big brain for, compared to how big its body is. You know, the volume of its brain is pretty respectable compared to the volume of its body. So they got a big brain. I'll show you another good illustration of a Troodontid here. Excuse me. Let's go through these. That's a pretty decent one right there. Pretty svelte. Yeah. But there's one in particular that I'm looking for. An illustration that I really, really like. And it is... that's a pretty decent one, too. Yeah. Hagani does some really, really nice work. Very distinctive style. I like it a lot. Yeah. Oh, looking very much like an owl there. Oh, I like that a lot. That's really cool. That's really, really cool. Yeah, there's some Troodontids doing their thing. It's a pretty, like, speciose group of animals, Troodontids. There's a lot of them. But yeah, it's a lot like Velociraptor. It's got those sickle toe claws, even though they're a little bit less overstated than they are in your full-on Dromaeosaurs. But oh, this is funny. This makes me smile because this is I think this is a clip from Dinosaur Train with Scott Sampson, paleontologist here, talking about Troodon. And but whoever put this video together, this guy here, I can't make fun. He's got more subscribers than I do on YouTube. Can't make fun of that. But clearly he was not satisfied. Like, oh, this is for little kids. Let's add some, you know, some better Troodon. And so this is what results.
I'm Dr. Scott, the paleontologist, and this is the feathered dinosaur known as Troodon.
Yeah.
Troodon.
Did you know that scientists think that Troodons were some of the smartest dinosaurs?
Point of fact, Troodons did not drive trains. Thank you.
Why do you think Troodons were so smart? Well, because they...
Oh, that's part of the video. I thought this was an alert popping up. Okay. Yeah.
Why do you think Troodons were so smart? Well, because they had some of the largest brains of any dinosaur. Being smart, Troodons could probably stay away from predators that wanted to eat them. What do you think Troodons like to eat?
They like plants. They liked meat.
You're both right. Paleontologists think that Troodon may have eaten plants and meat.
Which, I don't know about that. It does have some weird looking teeth, and those teeth have been interpreted. The Troodon teeth look like this. The word Troodon, of course, means wounding tooth. Yeah, here's the original illustration of the holotype by Joseph Leidy, way back in, what, 1856, I think? So it's got these, like, really interesting serrations on the teeth. They're these big old denticles. And these have been interpreted as maybe being for shearing plants as well as meat. There have been various suggestions that Troodontids may, Troodon in particular, may have been, yeah, maybe partly herbivorous. They do look a little like saws, don't they, Ziggenhammer? Yeah, yeah. But yeah. Is that the right way to say Troodon? Well, I mean, there's various ways. Tomato, potato. Troodon, Troodon, Truodon. I've heard dinosaur paleontologists say all three of those. In fact, I just had a conversation with Jim Kirkland over the phone on Sunday, and he said Truodon. I say Troodon. You can say Troodon or Truodon, or if you want to, you can even say Troodoon. But yeah, yeah. There you go. Yeah. But yeah. Anyway, their teeth. We don't really know if these animals ate plants at all. Somebody ought to do an isotopic study on these. I don't know hardly nothing about isotopes, but I wonder if you could find some troodontid teeth, and if you could run an isotopic analysis to figure out what they were actually eating. Because I would love to know that. That would be wonderful, you know? So yeah. And the Time Knife, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Shoot. It's good to have you here. Time Knife says, I do Troodon, but I really draw the ooze out. Troodon. Do you hold a flashlight under your chin when you say that? Yes. And those teenage hikers, they heard a sound in the woods. And it sounded like Troodon. I don't know. Yeah, something like that. Welcome, Time Knife. It's good to have you here. Yeah. But yeah. And you've just never heard it said that way, says Kabuki. Wait, which way? Which way, Kabuki? Troodon, Truodon. Well, shoot. You know, we're pretty much obligated at this point to play that part of the cold open video, so let's go ahead and do that. This is where that comes from in the first place. The whole Troodontid meme, it comes from a YouTube video, and that I thought was really, really funny, where, you know, a very well-intentioned, charismatic person, she was making a video about dinosaurs, but didn't quite know how to pronounce many of the names, and her Troodon one was, I think, the funniest of all. So let me play that for you real quick. You're getting a bonus cold open video today, everybody. Here's the Troodon music video.
Weirdest looking dinosaur. I present to you the top 10 weirdest looking dinosaurs. I want to state the obvious and tell you that I'm going to be butchering the names of these dinosaurs. In at number 8, we have the Troodontid.
In 1856, the fossilized teeth of a small dinosaur were discovered in Montana. The species was aptly named Troodon, which means wounding teeth.
When evolution passed out the stealth gene, Troodons lucked out.
This drawer contains almost all of the North American identified specimens of Troodon.
Troodon was every inch the predator, with razor-sharp serrated teeth and large, hook-like claws. Troodon probably fed on our ancestors, the early mammals. Troodon may have posed a greater threat to mammals
than any other predator on Earth. The Troodon was suddenly cut down in its prime.
Troodontid.
Yeah, there you go. We were watching that top 10 weirdest looking dinosaurs video on stream one time. This is years ago. And she pronounced Troodon Troodontid. I just about lost it. I almost fell out of my chair laughing. And yeah. So yeah. Anyway. Troodon. Back to this edited video here.
They like plants. They like meat.
You're both right. Paleontologists think that Troodon may have eaten plants and meat. An animal that eats both meat and plants is called an omnivore.
Omnivore.
Can you think of any omnivores that are alive today?
Bears. Pigs.
Great answers. Bears, pigs, crows, even humans are omnivores.
Me too.
Yes, we humans, at least most of us, are omnivores too.
Yeah, not all of us. Thank you, Scott Sampson, for saying at least most of us, you know, because some of us aren't.
Yes, we humans, at least most of us, are omnivores too. We eat meat, like fish and chicken and beef, and plants, like rice, fruits, and vegetables. So we have a few things in common with those little Troodons. We're both smart, and we're both...
Swift seizure. Lenina. Shoot, do you have a link to that clip, Lenina? I lost that somehow.
Omnivores. Keep watching for more dinosaur discoveries.
Yeah. And, Moonrise Rabbit says, I keep forgetting that pigs are omnivorous, and then I remember Prohibition. Oh, yeah. Oh, boy. Being a pig farmer is actually... I think it has a surprisingly high fatality rate. There's a surprising, like a shocking number of pig farmers who are killed and eaten by pigs. Which, you know, fair enough. Turnabout is fair play, I suppose. There are far more people who are eaten by pigs every year than by sharks. Far more people are killed by pigs every year than by sharks. So yeah. But yeah. Shoot, more people are killed by vending machines every year than by sharks. And I think we might actually have some grisly footage of that. Yeah. Here, you might want to look away if you're squeamish. Anyway, yeah. Like I said, or, here, I don't know if I can play that clip. Anyway, yeah, more people are killed by vending machines every year than by sharks. But yeah. Troodon! This dinosaur. And the group that it belongs to, Troodontids, in general. Troodon is one particular genus. Just like Tyrannosaurus is one kind of Tyrannosaurid. Or Velociraptor is one kind of Dromaeosaur. Troodon is one kind of Troodontid. And I've not read this yet, but I guess we'll find out whether this is Troodon or a different kind of dinosaur. Different Troodontid. Bird-like dinosaurs that lived up to 74 million years ago didn't hog nests. Instead, these... They didn't have beaks. What? Troodon doesn't have a beak. These dinosaurs shared communal nests where several female nestmates often laid more than 20 eggs together, which these feathery dinosaurs then brooded to keep warm, new research suggests. Very, very cool, and this is perfect for Thursday BIRDSday. That's why I saved it for this day. Because this is a very birdy thing that these dinosaurs are doing, and it makes perfect sense. Dinosaurs like Troodon are very closely related to the first birds. Here, let's use our draw pad. This is what we call a phylogeny here, an evolutionary family tree. And let's ensmallin this a little bit, shall we? So you can actually see. Yeah. Here we go. So yeah, a phylogeny. This is an evolutionary family tree. And birds are right here. Dinosaurs start off right here. This is how we determine whether something is or is not a dinosaur. Like, you know, crocodiles and alligators, not considered dinosaurs, because dinosaurs start here. Everything that evolves from this ancestor right here is a dinosaur. And that's why birds are considered dinosaurs, because they evolved from that dinosaur ancestor. They are dinosaurs. They can trace their family tree back to a dinosaur ancestor, which is what makes them a dinosaur. Does that make sense? Yeah. So Troodontids are right here. That's a Troodontid right there. They're basically the sister group to birds. In fact, Troodontids might be the dinosaurs that are closest related to birds. There are even some paleontologists who suspect that maybe Troodontids and dromaeosaurs like Velociraptor and other Maniraptoriform dinosaurs, they might actually be birds. Because it turns out that birds might have actually evolved right here, and then these guys evolved from birds, which would make them birds. But the fossil record is really, really spotty for the time that birds actually evolved. We don't know what the first bird was. We don't have a name for the first bird. Archaeopteryx is not going to be the first bird. There was something that was earlier than that. And we don't have it yet. So it's really difficult to resolve these relationships because we just don't have enough fossils yet from that particular time and place, you know? But the point is, Troodontids are extremely bird-like, to the point where, like, it's hard to draw a line between them and birds. So seeing really bird-like behavior from them here in the fossil record is not at all surprising. It's really cool stuff. But it's kind of exactly what we would expect to see, you know? Yeah. And do social weavers do that? I think they do. Also, Mayor Space, ostriches, emus, and tinamous will do the same thing. In fact, let me find you a video on this. Yeah. Let's see. Let's try this one right here. No, I don't know if this is gonna be...
Is there colorful egg?
Yeah, let's try this one.
Fact Files, we're discussing the tinamous.
Yeah.
Most of us here have heard of the emu, the cassowary, and the ostrich. But did you know there is another closely related group of birds that aren't mentioned as frequently?
Yep. Tinamous. They're not as dramatic as ostriches, cassowaries, or emus, or rheas, for that matter. But they're much more common, and they exhibit a really interesting kind of nesting behavior, where the females will find a male, they'll mate with him, and they'll lay their eggs in his nest, and he'll just have this huge collection of eggs that just grows and grows, and he'll take care of them.
say hello to the tinamous.
Yeah.
Those of you who live from Mexico to Argentina are probably lucky enough to know about these fantastic birds. But I personally haven't seen them shown off in a single nature documentary.
Yeah, which is kind of nuts.
Well, that ends today. At least if you count these videos as nature documentaries. There are about 50 living classified species of tinamous.
Holy cow. Let's look them up real quick. Let's look up tinamous on our Tree of Life. Yeah, tinamous. Here we go. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Yeah. Tinamous. 47 species, according to this Tree of Life here. Yeah. And so they are closely related to the giant moa, now extinct. One of the very few extinct animals you'll see on this tree. And then we've got our... Excuse me. There we go. Our ratites. Emus, cassowaries, kiwis. And then...
the history of life. It's very quirky, fortuitous, chancy character. We are literally here only because of the good fortune of dinosaur extinction.
It's true.
Paleoscience Shake.
Yeah, thank you to Bazwi Nicholsoft for the 7 months. I really appreciate that. Thank you. That is beautiful, and I appreciate you for it. Thank you very much. Yeah, there we go. Ratites and tinamous. 61 species. This includes the cassowary, the giant moa, ostriches, rheas, emus, and then 47 species of tinamou. So most paleonaths around today are tinamous. 47 out of 61 species are tinamous, which is pretty cool to think about.
Like the flightless ratites, tinamous are not entirely flightless. Still, they aren't strong flyers either, and spend most of their time on the ground. Birds are separated into two clades, or lineages with a single common ancestor.
Yep.
Paleognathi and Neognathi.
Mm-hmm.
There are flightless birds in both groups, like the rhea, who is a paleognath, and the African penguin, who is a neognath. Their separation is not about flight. It's about...
Yep, that's a good point. So, like, both of these two different groups evolved flightlessness independently. We think that the common ancestor for these two groups could fly. But, yeah, various paleonaths like ostriches, rheas, tinamous. Some of them can fly, some of them can't. I think a lot of tinamous can fly. And penguins lost flight independently, way over here in Neognathi. This also includes just about every bird you can think of. Like, shoot. Let's go ahead and name a bird in chat there, chat. Type a bird name into chat. And we'll see if that's a paleonath or a neonath. The point I'm making is that almost all of them are going to be neonaths. A bunting is a neonath. A crow, a Nicobar pigeon neonath. Cassowary is a paleonath. A finch is a neonath. Red-headed venom spitter. I'd never heard of that gimp leg, but it's probably a neonath if it's real. Amsel, probably also a neonath. A starling. A gimp leg is a neonath. I'm just kidding. A hawk is a neonath, yeah. So neonath, it's like 10,000 species of birds or more. If we were to go back to here, yeah, neonaths are right here, and that is 9,941 species are neonaths. Prairie chickens, buntings, gulls, woodpeckers, lorikeets, birds of prey, hummingbirds, penguins, they're all neonaths. Yeah, so it's almost all birds. Paleonaths, there's only 61 species. And most of those are tinamous. So you get the idea? Yeah. Kiwis are paleonaths. Yes, Neverwinter. Yep. Yeah, we go right over here and we'll get to the kiwis. There's the kiwis right there within Paleonathi. Yep. So yeah. Very cool. Very cool. And most of the paleontologists are tinamous. Exactly, Claire Burst. They're an important group to understand, you know?
Who is a neognath.
Yeah.
Separation is not about flight. It's about their mouth. Their names imply as much.
Yep.
Neognathy means new.
So Gnath, G-N-A-T-H, that means jaw. Like the dinosaur Compsognathus, or Compsognathus, tomato, potato. Compsognathus, these little dinosaurs. Oh, Compsognathus. Jurassic Park fans sometimes call them compies. Yeah. The name means delicate jaw, Compsognathus. Gnath means jaw. This is a much more accurate representation. These animals almost certainly had feathers. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway, Gnath means jaw.
New jaw, and paleognathy means ancient jaw.
Yep.
The differences between those two groups goes into technical terminology, and they're debated, so we've left links in the description for those of you who want to research further.
Okay,
Put
interesting.
Simply, tinamous are different from almost all the other over 10,000 bird species alive today.
Yep.
But it has nothing to do with whether or not they can fly.
Nope.
Tinamous look like a pheasant or chicken, but they're not closely related to them.
Not at all. Very, very far from chickens and pheasants.
Partridges or quails as well.
Not related to
Also,
them either.
Videos of them.
Yeah.
Some of the videos were labeled Chilean partridge.
Huh.
They absolutely.
Which is funny because it's like, why does Chilean always imply that it's not really what it is? Like Chilean sea bass, for instance. That's like a marketing term that was made up for Patagonian toothfish. When they were trying to sell this to North American markets, they're like, Patagonian toothfish, which is the fish's like usual common name. They're like, that's not gonna sell. What do? We're gonna call it Chilean sea bass. Yeah, that'll sell. That sounds delicious. You know? So they went with that. You were just thinking that, Birdsday. Yes. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Shoot, and if you're... I find this... Something about this is really funny to me. But yeah, Patagonian toothfish. This is the common name of this animal. Yeah. Disoticus elignoides. Elignoides. Yeah, it's related to the Antarctic toothfish. Description, distribution, habitat, biology, commercial name. The Patagonian and Antarctic toothfishes are sometimes sold under the culinary name Chilean sea bass in the United States and Canada. The name Chilean sea bass was invented by a fish wholesaler named Lee Lance in 1977. He was looking for a name to make it attractive to the American market. And those of you who have seen, like me, who have seen Jurassic Park, the film, far too many times.
500 bits goes a long way towards supporting science. Our tweet here on Twitch.
Thank you, Ayakane.
Hear more of Danny's swarthy seafood vendor voice.
Ayakane, thank you for those 500 bits, and thank you for your ongoing support, Ayakane. It does mean a bunch. It means a lot to me, you know? But yeah. No, that's just my general, like sleazy wheeler-dealer voice. It's also my used car salesman voice, or my mobster voice, you know? I don't know. Yeah. Call it Chilean sea bass. Yeah. It'll help us earn. You know, we gotta make that money. Yeah. So he was looking for a name to make it more attractive to the American market. He considered Pacific sea bass and South American sea bass before settling on Chilean sea bass. In 1994, the U.S. Food and Drug Administration accepted Chilean sea bass as an alternative market name for Patagonian toothfish. Oh boy, I do think this is really funny, and if you'd like to read more about this, here's the article. Yeah. But yeah. Just don't call me late for dinner. Okay, Mayor Space. I'll continue to call you Mayor Space. Good stuff. Anyway, so just like the Patagonian toothfish has been called the Chilean sea bass. It's not a bass at all. The tinamous has sometimes been called the Chilean partridge, apparently.
For them, some of the videos were labeled Chilean partridge. They absolutely.
It's a Chilean partridge. You know, it sounds delicious. And they lay Easter eggs. You know, it's a sight to behold.
Officially, look like these other types of birds. Tinamous are more closely related to an emu than a partridge.
Yeah.
They don't scratch at the ground with their feet while they search for food like a chicken. But they do make small hops for tempting fruits hanging just out of reach. Tinamous eat fruits, seeds, flowers, roots, and small animals like insects, worms, and frogs.
It's a sea bass. What are you gonna do about it? Lion King, yeah. Yeah. Oh. RPG fan. How did you know? Shoot, I started watching The Sopranos a week or two ago. And it's just, I thought I would hate it. And I do kind of, I don't know. The characters are all repellent, but it's also oddly compelling. I don't know. It's fun in a way that, like, it shouldn't be, but it is. Very well made show. Absolutely, RPG fan. Absolutely. Yeah.
They eat small meals whole, but toss larger items around to break them down into more manageable bits. Just like a kiwi, they also dig in the dirt with the tip of their beak.
Darkness, oh no. Yeah.
They live from sea level to mountains higher than 3 miles up. Many are found in dense forests, but they also inhabit arid grasslands and forest edges.
You know, I never watched I saw one episode of Breaking Bad, and there was one character where I'm like, hey, I can relate to this guy. And he was a turtle, and he was like walking, and he had something on his back, and then he didn't last for very long. So I don't know, I stopped watching. But yeah.
In fact, these cryptic birds are more often heard than seen. Here is an example of what they sound like.
Uh-oh. Members of Chat are conditioned to back away when this happens and take cover. See, he's fine. Don't worry about it.
Tinamous are threatened by habitat loss. They're also hunted for their tender meat and fabulous eggs. Tinamous eggs are arguably the most beautiful bird eggs in the world.
Holy cow. So, this is incredible. Look at those eggs right there, you know? And it's thought that maybe those brilliant colors may have evolved on those eggs in order to force the male to sit on the eggs and hide them. They're basically like a big neon sign that says, eat me, eat me, eat me. And so he's forced to sit on the eggs and conceal them because females will all come and visit him and breed with him, and then they'll lay their eggs in his nest. And so by laying extremely brightly colored eggs, that might be, you know, basically a way to get him to make sure that he sits on the eggs and they don't get eaten, you know? So yeah. Yeah.
Come in bright green, blue, and even purple, putting any Easter eggs to utter shame.
Pretty cool.
Most
Pretty cool.
tinamous species have stable populations, though just under a dozen are listed as vulnerable to critically endangered. Natural predators to tinamous include foxes, skunks, armadillos, birds of prey, and more. When threatened, they may run to the abandoned burrow of another animal and hide underground until the threat has passed. Tinamous are chicken-sized, averaging 18.5 inches in length and weighing up to 5 pounds, though the smallest species only reaches about 6 inches long and weighs about the same as a baseball. Female tinamous...
Again, Americans will use anything before they... metric system. Yeah, how much is that in baseball?
are larger than the males, which is unsurprising in the bird world. Female birds are often larger than their male counterparts. What is surprising, however, is that the ladies are more distinctly patterned than the males. Most birds...
Ooh, there's a cycad right there. This looks like Cycas revoluta. Cycad species right here. That's kind of funny. Don't eat this. This stuff's toxic. Don't eat that tinamou.
...are the opposite. It should be...
Icans says, I only measure in sports. Yeah. How many rollerblades is that?
Be noted, however, that as a whole, tinamous are generally drab.
How many
in
Bob
color.
Bakers is that tall? A fraction of one Bob Baker.
And
Organic,
avoid
yeah.
predation. Depending on the species, some of these birds are described as solitary outside of the breeding season, but other species flock in groups numbering up to 100 members. Some tinamou females form groups of up to 4 members that may remain together for years and are seen together no matter the season.
Very cool.
When a group of females come upon a male, he'll put on a display and use his voice to let them know he's an attractive mate. Here's another call, since it's easily become one of my favorite bird calls.
Ooh.
The male mates with all the females in his territory.
By standing on
and
them?
They each lay all of their eggs in his nest.
There we go. So this is what I'm talking about here. And with our dinosaur Troodon, this might be something very similar going on here with those Troodontids and with these animals. Yeah.
And they each
Here.
lay. The male mates with all the females in his territory, and they each lay all of their eggs in his nest.
Yep.
After
And
that-
then they buzz off. They go do their tinamou thing elsewhere, and he is stuck there with the eggs, and he broods over them, he keeps them warm, he protects them from predators, he hides them from the gaze of predators, and then after the eggs hatch, he leads the little chicks around and teaches them to eat and everything, and teaches them how to be a tinamou, and yeah, it's a very good chance that dinosaurs like Troodon were doing the very same thing, and I'm excited to see in this paper what it has to say about that.
Laying, they move on to find another male with which to mate, much like the rheas to whom they're related.
Yep, rheas
One
do the same thing.
hypothesis as to-
And I think also ostriches, cassowaries, and emus, I think they all do pretty much the same thing. The male takes care of the eggs and the young, and multiple females breed with him and lay their eggs in his nest.
To why tinamou eggs are so brightly colored is that their conspicuous nature forces the male to sit on them and stay put, so they're hidden from watchful eyes.
There you
this
go.
Gives the ladies a chance to seek out other partners.
There
can be upwards of 16 eggs in a nest, and
Holy
the male
cow.
does all the incubation himself for about 20 days.
Very cool.
The chicks leave the nest and begin eating with
And also, note that right here. It's just, this is like a studio note here. Behind the scenes, notice the exclamation mark right there. That tells me that these captions were imported by the producer of this video. These are not randomly these are not procedurally generated closed captions. This is like the script for the video that's been uploaded here, which is really cool. That's really, really cool. So that's why these closed captions are really, really good.
for about 20 days.
Yeah.
The chicks leave the nest and begin eating within their first day of life.
Ooh, so, since the chicks leave the nest and begin eating within their first day of life, are those chicks altricial or precocial, chat? We were talking about this earlier this week, weren't we? Are they altricial or are they precocial? What do you think? They leave the nest early? Yeah. What? Mayor's space? They are precocial. Yes, indeed. Precocial young are ones that can get up and do their thing really soon. Precocial. Yeah, before, early. You know, altricial means that they're helpless, like baby robins or something. They don't even have feathers yet, and they have to be tended on by their parents. Tinamous aren't like that. They can get up and run soon after they're born. Or humans. There you go, Ayakan. Yeah. Yeah. And considering it's the males that aren't brightly colored, it makes sense for them to tend the nest. It does, Ayakan. Yeah, yeah. It's a strategy that really works for them. This is a really speciose group of birds. They're clearly very successful. And this has worked out really well for them. That strategy, it works.
Little is known about their early life stages, but it's believed tinamous develop quickly. It's unknown how long they live in the wild. Most tinamous sleep on the ground, but some species roost in trees.
Yeah.
When they roost in trees, they don't do so like a songbird. Tinamous have 3 forward-facing toes on their feet and may or may not have a single backward-facing toe, depending on the species.
So the 3 in front, yeah, it's like theropod dinosaurs have. Like birds, birds are theropod dinosaurs, but the backwards-facing one behind is called the hallux. The hallux. Hallux. And some tinamous have that, and some don't, apparently. Which is interesting, because like in ornithopod dinosaurs, it's the same deal. Some ornithopods have a hallux, or they've got that backwards-facing toe like that. I'm thinking of maybe Hypsilophodon. I think Hypsilophodon has it. Let's see here. Yep, there's a lovely Hypsilophodon right there, and you can see that backwards-facing toe right there. But you look at other dinosaurs like Dryosaurus, other ornithopods, and Dryosaurus... Oh, Jurassic World Evolution, you got this wrong. Oh, no. No, 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 no.
Brother, this guy stinks!
They got that wrong. Dryosaurus doesn't have a hallux. That's wrong. Oh, boy. Anyway, yeah. Dryosaurus famously does not have a hallux. It doesn't have that backward-facing toe. They've lost it. For whatever reason. It's interesting because, like... Yeah, I don't know. It's not like a hugely conspicuous part of this animal. But, yeah, for whatever reason, they lost it. Which is potentially really interesting because, like, if we have a dinosaur later on, another ornithopod later on that does have a hallux, it shows that definitely did not evolve from Dryosaurus. So it's a neat little hint there. I like that a lot. Yeah. Anywho. But yeah, tinamous, some of them have a hallux, and apparently some of them don't have a hallux, which is kind of wild. But when you look at dinosaurs, Mesozoic dinosaurs, you've got similar things going on within Ornithopoda, so it's not altogether shocking, I guess.
Songbirds and other members of their clade grip with their toes while they roost.
Yeah.
The tinamous squat with their legs resting against the tree branch.
Look at that. That's nuts. Wait, that's their feet up in the air? They literally sit their little butt on the tree branch, and then they got their legs sticking up like that. That's crazy. I've never fully appreciated this. I've seen pictures like this before, but it's never really hit me. That's what's going on there. That's pretty neat. That is pretty neat. Green Herring, welcome to you. How are you doing? Yeah. Yeah.
With their legs resting against the tree branch.
That is pretty cool. Oh, man.
For more facts on tinamous, check out the links below. Give a thumbs up if you learned something new today.
This
Thank
is
you
a
to our
good
patrons,
video.
Spike Spiegel 93, Dad, and everyone else for their support of this channel. And
There's a
thank
link to
you
that video.
For watching Animal Fact Files.
Good stuff. Good stuff indeed. So tinamous, the reason we watched that is because they've, you know, like a lot of paleognathe birds, if not all paleognathe birds, it's the male who sits on the eggs and incubates them and then takes care of the chicks. The females come and they breed with him, and then they buzz off And he's there with all the kiddos that he's got to take care of. And now we might have evidence of that in Troodontids as well. Communal nests. Let's take a look. Yeah. So most dinosaurs are thought to have laid eggs en masse and buried them in the ground for incubation, like crocodiles and other cold-blooded reptiles do today. But not Troodon, a small predatory dinosaur that was closely related to modern birds and which lived in the late Cretaceous, 74 to 66 million years ago. Researchers were already aware of brooding behavior in some theropods. A group of bipedal, mostly meat-eating dinosaurs includes T-Rex and Velociraptor. Recorded an ultra-rare dinosaur fossil brooding atop its eggs in 2021. Yeah, it is rare, but not unheard of. Now, fossilized eggshells have revealed that Troodon were endotherms, meaning they were warm-blooded and could self-regulate their body temperature. Not surprising. These animals had feathers. Of course they're endothermic. This confirms that the dinosaurs could maintain their body temperature high enough to brood their eggs. Again, we've got several lines of evidence that already suggest this, but that's still really cool. So our study indicates that Troodon had a high body temperature like birds, so it certainly would have been capable of providing heat for incubation while sitting on its eggs, said Darla Zelenitsky, paleontologist at the University of Calgary in Canada, and co-author of the study in which the finding was published. What's more, these dinosaurs could probably switch between being warm-blooded state and a state of cold-blooded torpor. Wait, why are they saying that? A strategy common in modern birds called heterothermy. I know chickadees and hummingbirds especially can do this. But what evidence do we have that Troodon could do this? Troodon maintained its body temperature around 107.6 degrees Fahrenheit, 42 degrees Celsius, but could drop to 84.2 degrees Fahrenheit, 29 degrees Celsius, to cope with limited food or harsh weather, Zelenitsky said. But how do you know that? Let's continue reading. In the study, published Monday, April 3rd, in the Journal Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, another PNAS paper, P-N-A-S, PNAS. Yeah. Very cool. And there's 10 other authors there. Holy moly. I'm surprised that this doesn't have anything to do with, like, Jason Hogan or Willie Freimuth or Dave Verricchio, who work on Troodontid eggs. Where is this from? Oh boy. I don't know if we're actually going to be able to look at the article itself, because it's not open access, apparently. But yeah. Yeah. In Troodontid? Wait, what? Arle? What? Do they ever publish joke studies on April 1st? There is a history of that in aerospace. But yeah. In the age of Twitter, it's like, usually it'll be a tweet nowadays, rather than a journal article. But yeah, pick new acronyms soon. There you go, Golganek. Yeah. PNAS. P-N-A-S. Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences. Yeah. If they should have picked a different acronym, you know, if they wanted us to pronounce it any differently. So researchers examined the patterns of eggshell mineralization in eggs belonging to Troodon formosus. So that's got to be from Egg Mountain, right? And compared it with those of modern birds and reptiles. They used a technique that analyzed the calcite content of eggshells and determined the speed and temperature at which they formed. Birds and reptiles have two different mineralization patterns for what concerns the production of eggshells. Lead study author Mattia Tagliavento, postdoctoral researcher of paleontology at Goethe University in Frankfurt, Germany, told Live Science. Since reptiles and birds are respectively the ancestors and descendants of dinosaurs, dinosaurs should have either one of the two or be somewhere in the middle. And so this is kind of getting into our old idea of the extant phylogenetic bracket, you know? If we want to figure out something for dinosaurs that's unknown, like were they warm or cold-blooded, you know, did they have color vision or not, what kind of reproductive gear did they have, that kind of thing, we look at the creatures that are closest to them. Information about them is known, like birds and crocodiles, and then we use that to make educated inferences about dinosaurs. This is called the EPB, or the Extant Phylogenetic Bracket. And they're kind of doing that here. Yeah. Since reptiles, like crocodiles, and birds are respectively the ancestors and descendants of dinosaurs, dinosaurs should have either one of the two or be somewhere in the middle. Unless they've independently evolved something weird, which is always a possibility too, although it might be unlikely. Birds have only one functional ovary, having lost the other early on in their evolution, likely to limit the weight and facilitate flight. To counterbalance this loss, they evolved the ability to precipitate calcite and form eggshells quickly, producing a few relatively large eggs per clutch. But reptiles, on the other hand, have two functional ovaries that produce several small eggs at a time. The mineralization process is much slower than in birds, however, which limits the number of eggs they can lay. In some cases, turtles, like sea turtles, can lay a ton of eggs, right? So this is, I don't know. Also, when you're saying, like, birds versus reptiles, you've got birds and you've got reptiles. Like, well, okay. When we're talking to the general public, that might kind of make sense to people, but strictly speaking, birds are a kind of reptile. Because birds evolved from dinosaurs, and dinosaurs were a kind of reptile, so birds would be a kind of reptile. So yeah, I don't know. This is not a binary here. Birds are actually within reptilia, you know? So yeah, birds are reptiles. There you go, Golganek. Yeah, yeah. The researchers were surprised to find that Troodon retained a slow reptile-like egg mineralization despite having already evolved bird-like traits, such as heterothermy. With our work, we showed that Troodon was probably in between, producing just 2 eggs at a time and laying them. Not a proper en masse production, but with a pace that is still slower than modern birds, Tagliavento said. Yeah. And that is actually a lovely illustration there. I like that a lot. Yeah. The team also used estimates of Troodon's weight and the amount of calcite per eggshell to calculate that a female could have laid 4 to 6 eggs per clutch, which did not match the number of eggs usually found in other nests. A single individual could not have laid over 20 eggs in a reasonable amount of time to ensure egg and embryo survival, Zelenitsky said. This suggests that females were nestmates laying and tending to their eggs in the company of others. They better talk about tinamous in this paper, because tinamous and other birds, numerous females will come and lay their eggs in the same male's nest, and that is probably what's going on here. Yeah. Yeah, the finding sheds light on the evolutionary transition from cold-bloodedness to endothermy in dinosaurs, Tagliavento said. We may have a chance to explore the entire dinosaur ancestry and see exactly where the switch happened, he said, which is pretty cool. Pretty cool indeed. Here is a link to this article right there. And, yeah. And here is the paper, or the page to access the paper at least. Closed access, unfortunately. And PNAS, the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences. The National Academy of Sciences, very prestigious. Yeah, PNAS, what we call the journal. Eggshells and modern reptiles different isotopic compositions. So where did they get the Troodon eggs from? These are from Montana, right? From Egg Mountain, I presume? Where are they from? Abstract? So where do they get these eggs from? Acknowledgements. There we go. Oh, Alessandro Chiarenza was one of the reviewers. Beautiful. Alessandro occasionally shows up here in chat. I've done fieldwork with him before. He's a rising star in dinosaur paleontology. Italian paleontologist Alessandro Chiarenza. And Dave Verricchio was my undergrad advisor at Montana State. Yeah. They were thanked for their productive discussion during the preparation of the manuscript. Yeah. But where do they get their specimens from? These better not be commercial specimens. I would be very, very disappointed if that were the case. Oh, boy. Yeah. The fact that they don't actually mention where the specimens came from makes me leery. Quite leery. Next week when I'm in Berkeley, I might have to get myself a copy of this paper from the library Wi-Fi there, and we can figure this out. But yeah. Anyway, yeah. And let's see. I was told to give my canary a boiled egg. Interesting, Amelia Bedelia. Probably for calcium and other nutrients, I'm guessing, Amelia Bedelia. Yeah. And Charlie's Dragon says, yeah, turtles and crocodilians can lay a lot of eggs, but if they had the more speedy mineralization of birds, they could potentially have laid even more. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Inner fibs. Golganak, are you referencing that? Your inner fibs. Yeah. And calcium. And are you talking about this right here, Golganak? Vibsh. Oh. Yeah, there you go. Good stuff. Yeah. And watch out for polar bear. Exactly, Mayor Space. Yeah. Yeah, shoot. But yeah, we've got one more piece of fossil news to cover before we get into Thursday BIRDSday here. Let's go ahead and get rid of these tabs. Excuse me. And, Hang on, it's not opening for some reason. Let's look it up in Google News. Yeah. Also not coming up. That's really strange. The link is broken. Let's look it up on Twitter. Tarchia is the dinosaur we're talking about here. Tarchia is a well-known ankylosaur from Mongolia. Yeah, Tom Holt says, finally! A potentially fatal cranial pathology, a head injury, and a specimen of Tarchia. Interesting stuff. Yeah. So Tarchia, of course, is an ankylosaur. It's one of these armored dinosaurs like this. Like a gigantic armored coffee table. It's just very, very wide and not very tall. Like a gigantic, heavy, armored coffee table with a swinging club at the end of the tail that could knock your head off. Pretty formidable animals, these ankylosaurids like this. Really, really neat animals. They're pretty nifty. They really are. Yeah. So there's the publication right here. A potentially fatal cranial pathology in a specimen of Tarchia. Skulls of the Mongolian ankylosaurids Chamosaurus, Tarchia, and Saichania were scanned for information about their internal anatomy. Computed tomography, or CT imaging, of the Tarchia skull revealed substantial internal anatomical differences from known Campanian North American taxa. So interesting, the insides of these guys' skulls from Mongolia, very different from similar ankylosaurs from North America. Particularly the morphology of the airway. If the ones in Mongolia are living in a more desert environment, then I would expect to see a lot of differences between their nasal passages and the ones from wetter environments in North America. Because these guys presumably were living in like desert environments or something. Yeah. The anomalies include multiple bilaterally distributed, variably sized, hyperdense mineralized concretions in the airway and sinuses, the largest of which positioned in the right nasal cavity. Yeah. The radiologic feature of the hemicircumferential extosis suggests a chronic reactive osteoproliferation. So we've got weird bone that's developing in this area where it shouldn't be. Possibly in response to an ongoing inflammatory reaction to primary sinus infection, or in combination with the unilateral transosseous defect, traumatically induced infection with potential fatal consequences. So this dinosaur may have been bitten through its head and may have died from that. This report underscores the value of CT scanning of fossil vertebrate specimens, which in this case revealed large internal lesions of the skull that, at the time the scan was performed, were otherwise indiscernible. So they didn't know that there was something really weird and crazy going on inside this animal's skull. They didn't know until they scanned it. Here is a link to the paper right here. And thankfully, this is open access, non-paywalled article, which we all love here on Paleontologizing. Accessible science is a wonderful thing. So yeah, a potentially fatal cranial pathology in a specimen of Tarchia. Interesting stuff. I'm seeing all these names that I don't recognize here. That's kind of exciting too. Probably students up and coming. Cool stuff. Yeah. So we just read the abstract. Let's take a look. There is the skull right there. There's the skull and some of those armor plates along the neck. These, what we call cervical rings. So rings that go over the top of the cervical, the neck vertebrae. And there's the tail club right there. Beautiful. Here's a kind of skeletal reconstruction of this animal. Tarchia. Very cool. And some CT scans here. Really, really neat. And what is going on in there? Transosseous defect. Holy cow, there's like... Did it get bitten in the head by a tyrannosaur? Or something? That's nuts. Yeah. We discovered huge unilateral osteoproliferative lesion within the airway ventrally adjacent to a transosseous defect in the roof of the Tarchia's skull. So, something punctured the skull, and holy cow, there's something crazy going on with that. Yeah. And interestingly, tumors seem to be largely limited among dinosaurs to hadrosaurs, although this may be preservational bias. We don't have a lot of tumors in dinosaurs, and this is not a tumor. Should I say, it's not a tumor. It's not a tumor. It's not. Yeah. And birds don't do tumors, do they? No, they do, Claire Burr, yeah. No, birds definitely get tumors. Yeah. And Charlie's Dragon, this is why we do CT scans of people's heads, too. Agreed. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Oh, excuse me. So this specimen is the holotype of Tarchia teresae. Interesting. Formerly Tarchia gigantea. Let's see. Materials and methods. Let's see some of those images. Show us those. Yes. So this is the skull of this animal right here. And for reference, let me get down my own ankylosaur skull and show you this. So yeah. Yeah. Here. This, dear viewers, is the skull of Euplocephalus, printed life-size. So this is the skull of another armored dinosaur from North America, a close relative of this dinosaur here, Tarchia. You see the resemblance? There's the eye socket right there. There's the nose, the nares right here. And this is 3D printed, obviously. The original specimen, I think, is it at AM&H? In New York? I know they've got that two Ankylosaurus skulls. This might actually be up in Canada, I'm not sure. But anyway, yeah. Euplocephalus. Really, really cool dinosaur. Yeah. You can see the cheek spikes right there. Here's the ear spikes up here, although the ear would actually be... The ear might be behind here. The ear might be, like, right there. But anyway, yeah. What's really cool about these dinosaurs is that they just... Their skull is like this box of solid fused bone. It's like a... It's like a crash helmet, or... It's all armor-plated like this. Most dinosaurs have kind of light, airy skulls, like our Camarasaurus right here. They've got these big fenestrae, big hollows, weight-saving measures. Ankylosaurs, their skull is like a solid mass, like that. Although it does have hollows inside, And you really can't determine that unless you do a CT scan, but that's what they did here. Looking at the inside of this animal's skull, which is pretty cool. But there's a hole right there. And there's some additional damage right here. Yeah. Interesting. Very interesting. Yeah. Transosseous defect. This animal got chomped on by somebody. Somebody put a hole in this animal's head. Maybe a tyrannosaur. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. And yeah, the eyelids of these animals were also armored, which is crazy. The eyelids were solid bone. Nuts. Yeah. Yeah, there's the skull right there from the outside. And that might be a wound right there. Yeah. Interesting. Discussion. D-shaped transosseous defect partially spanning the foci of trabeculated mineralized material beneath the large hyperdense mineralized So this animal may have gotten chomped on by another dinosaur. The discovery of cranial pathologies, head injuries, in this fossilized specimen helps to portray ankylosaurs and other dinosaurs as living, breathing animals with some of the same challenges and frailties as extant megafauna. Big animals that we have walking around today. Whether or not this Tarchia succumbed to these lesions and potential fatal complications associated with trauma or infection is purely speculative. However, the presence of an unhealed skull defect suggests an ontological relationship. We are fortunate that 70 million years later, its skeleton, weathered out of this orange sandstone in the Namek Formation of Mongolia, ready to provide paleontologists with a rare glimpse into the life and lesions of an ankylosaur. That is pretty cool right there. That's pretty cool. So Tom Holtz was tweeting about this earlier, and again, if you want the link to that paper, there it is in the chat. But yeah. This person here says, Tarchia survives Tarbosaur attack. Tarchia several weeks later, man, I can't seem to shake these sniffles. Tarchia several weeks later, tombstone. Dead. Yeah. Interesting stuff. Very interesting. Again, it is really incredible that we can know anything at all about these animals that lived tens of millions of years ago. That we have any ability to piece together their lives, figure out how they lived and how they died, and what these animals were actually like. And it is such a privilege as a paleontologist to be able to do this. To be able to learn things about these incredible animals that lived so long ago. Of course, for a long, long time, we thought that dinosaurs were entirely extinct. Now, of course, in the past 30 years, we've discovered that dinosaurs never went completely extinct. Their descendants are still alive today. There is one group of dinosaurs that managed to survive the asteroid impact and subsequent extinction event. And we are going to talk about them right now for Thursday BIRDSday. Somebody type in the birds command real quick. But let's go ahead and get into Thursday BIRDSday. Here is a little video sting opener for Thursday BIRDSday here. I don't have an official video sting opener, so we'll just watch this for now. Alright, sorry about that. I had to run to the bathroom real quick. But, yeah. Thursday BIRDSday. One of these days, I'll make an official cold open video for Thursday BIRDSday. But for now, you know, that'll do for today. Yeah. That was maybe my first ever Thursday BIRDSday bird, was the goldeneye. Yeah. Anyway, Thursday BIRDSday is a weekly holiday that we celebrate here on Paleontologizing. Here on a platform like Twitch, it is sometimes it's far too easy to just sit in your chair with your eyes glued to the computer screen and just take in the world through the lens of the internet. To just fully immerse yourself in the web and maybe not go outside, get some fresh air, immerse yourself in nature. That's what Thursday BIRDSday is all about. It's about going outside, leaving the computer every once in a while, walking around and observing the birds around you. There are over 10,000 species of living dinosaurs all around us. We call them birds. Thursday BIRDSday is a celebration of that. I encourage members of this community to go out, go for a walk, or even on their way to work, or on their way to school, or whatever. Be cognizant of the birds around you, because they are everywhere. Don't let them fade into the background. Observe them. Photograph them, if you can. Take a photo of a bird and upload it to the Discord here. And then we'll all celebrate it together here on Thursday BIRDSday. So yeah. Yeah. The next big game hunt with a camera. There you go, Rizadego, yes. So, Thursday BIRDSday. Let's open up the Discord. Shoot, this is the first time I've opened up my Discord in a week. So, you know, this is good for me, too. I don't necessarily spend enough time on the computer. But I'm doing that now. Let's take a look at some Thursday BIRDSday birds. Yeah. And here we go. We've got one from Brit. Brit has got our first Thursday BIRDSday bird for Thursday BIRDSday. And this, of course, is a male northern cardinal. Iconic bird. Very red. And, it happens to be the mascot for the baseball team from St. Louis, right? Something like that? Football team? I don't know. And that is a male cardinal, yeah. You can tell by how it is. Yeah. This might be a younger one, actually. Because the juveniles start out kind of a brown color, I think. And, they later become that bright blood crimson red, you know? So yeah, very nice, Brit. Very, very nice. Let's look that up real quick. Here. Juvenile. Male. Cardinal. That looks like a female, but it could be a juvenile male. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. So juveniles have got, you know, I don't know. It just looks very juvenile. It looks like a very young bird right there. It's got that kind of grunge look to it. You know? Yeah. And there's another one, looks kind of grungy. Yep. Hasn't fully developed his adult male plumage. So yeah. Yeah. They stand out since all the trees haven't bloomed yet. There you go, Britt. Very cool. Thank you for sharing. I appreciate that. That's really neat. Yeah. Definitely awkward face. Young birds, you know, they don't look like this for long. It's a very short transitional period, but yeah, they could be a little goofy looking. when they're in between their juvenile and their adult plumage. You know? Yeah. And this one looks much sleeker, though. I don't know. This looks like it might just be an adult, but the camera didn't quite pick up on all the red or something. I don't know. This one looks like he's got his stuff together, Britt. He's looking much more dapper there. Yeah. Yeah. Very cool. Thank you for sharing, Britt. I appreciate that. Cardinals. Neat birds. And we've got an anhinga. Oh, these are cool birds. They're so neat. Mayor Space, this is lovely. An anhinga drying its wings at Lake Jessup. I don't know what those other birds are. Those look like coots, maybe. Or moorhens, perhaps. Yeah, not a cormorant. It's an anhinga, yeah. How close are those, I wonder? Green Herring probably has an idea already, but let's look it up. Cormorants and anhingas. Cormorants are over here. And left is a purple gallinule. Oh, really, Green Herring? Okay, cool. Gallinule's in the background. Thank you, Neverwinter. Here's cormorants. Right here. Yeah, where are anhingas, though? Are anhingas closely related? Let's see. Oh, they are. Shoot, they're a kind of cormorant? You're kidding me. Snakebirds. Yeah. Darters, anhingas. Shags and cormorants. So anhingas are a kind of cormorant, apparently. There you go. There you have it, folks. I just learned something. It makes a lot of sense because they look very cormorant-like. Cormorants, or anhingas, are a kind of cormorant. Very cool. Very cool. Yeah. Yumel Chokan says, now I want to play the board game Wingspan. What is that game about, Yumel? Because I've seen that before. I've seen that displayed in a storefront window near where I live. I walk by all the time. What's that board game about? Is it about bird identification? Because that would be cool. Yeah. You saw an anhinga in Florida once? Very cool, Neverwinter. They're really neat animals. Yeah. I wonder if Florida cormorants can be trained to fish for people like they do in China. Aerospace, of course, we gotta look up that video. Yeah. Yeah. The art of fishing with birds. That. I don't want to gloss over this. Look, these gotta be, what is this going on here? I want to say it's something volcanic because it's so dramatic like this, but it's so felsic. Like the rocks are so light colored. I'm hesitant to say that it's volcanic, but it probably is. Karst pinnacles, says Neverwinter. That would make a lot of sense, actually. Yeah. So like limestone, all the rest of it has been eroded away, and this is the last little resilient bit that's on its way out. Interesting. Yeah. Did that lady from the Onion Talk find this one? Oh, yeah. What is the biggest rock? I don't think she did find this one, no. Yeah. And Western China is karst, says SB Harkin. Well, okay. Very extremely good at catching fishes. The ultimate fish assassin. Here we go. Here, intro. Yeah.
While birds might not be my favorite group of animals, or the most popular to feature on the channel, I'll be darned if they don't have their merits. Here in this...
Oh, okay. Well, they certainly got their merits. Okay. Let's get to the cormorants. Make with the cormorants.
Cormorants have evolved a much more unique feeding method. These birds take the chase underwater, diving to depths of nearly 25 feet, and aided by their strong legs.
I mean, I wouldn't say it's a unique feeding method. I mean, loons do this too. There's various groups of birds that pursue fish under the water. You can't call it unique, because it's not unique. There's other birds that do that. Anyway, yeah. Cormorants, really, really cool group of birds. Yeah. And what makes the Anhinga's niche different than cormorants? They are cormorants, Trappy. Yeah, or excuse me, Dr. Tara. And yeah, Loch Ness Monster. Loch Ness Monster, many sightings are due to cormorants. But Anhingas are a kind of cormorant, right there. They're apparently one species. Anhinga. Easy to remember. Genus Anhinga, species Anhinga. But they are a kind of cormorant. Yeah. Very cool. Yeah. Excuse me. And there you go, Trappy. We can do the Great Auk. In fact, let's do that right now, actually. We've talked about the Great Auk here before, but let's watch a quick video on it, and hopefully that'll fulfill that for you, Trappy. Yeah, the Great Auk. The tragic end of the Great Auk. Let's take a look at this.
The penguins are amongst the most renowned groups of animals in the world. They only inhabit the southern regions of the planet. Some even call the polar regions home. The name penguin, however, was borrowed from another type of flightless bird. One that
which is not related. The name penguin comes from, was it Penguinus, I think is the genus name for the Great Auk?
used to inhabit the opposite side of the globe. Penguin sympanus, or the Great Auk, is a species of alcid that lived in the North Atlantic coastal waters, from Western Europe and Greenland to the coasts of Canada and the US.
Holy cow, these birds were incredibly widespread, very, very common, and they were hunted relentlessly by people. People who said, well, there's so many of them, they can't possibly disappear. Let's just keep hunting them. And then they started to disappear. And people said, well, well, shoot, we gotta get that bag, we gotta make our money, gotta keep hunting these birds before they run out. And they kept hunting them, and hunting them, and hunting them, and you'll never guess what happened.
The Great Auk was widespread, but has now fallen into relative obscurity when they vanished from the North Atlantic shores in the 19th century.
Yeah.
The Great Auk was the largest alcid that survived to the modern era, standing at 75 to 85 centimeters tall and weighed about 5 kilograms. It has a general physical resemblance to the penguins, despite not closely related.
Yep.
This painting shows...
Yeah, so let's look them up real quick. Great Auk is probably on here. Great Auk is... Let's look up auk, maybe. Auks are... For whatever reason, they don't have the Great Auk on here. But they've got other critters. There's auks right there. Puffins are a kind of auk. So Great Auks are more closely related to puffins than they are to penguins. Penguins are going to be way far away. Let's zoom over to penguins, who are going to be way over there on the Tree of Life. Yeah. So yeah, an auk is much more closely related to a puffin than it is to a penguin.
Shows variation in egg markings and seasonal and ontogenetic differences in plumage. Its behavior is not well known, since the Great Auk has never been described by modern scientists. Accounts by sailors are the primary source of information about the Great Auk's lifestyle. The Great Auk was reported to only leave the waters for land only to breed. They even roosted at the North Atlantic waters. They required rocky islands, far enough from the mainland to avoid predators such as polar bears and humans, but close enough to rich feeding areas, with sloping shorelines that provide easy access to the sea. These strict requirements meant that nesting sites are limited. It is believed that the great auk never had more than 20 breeding colonies. Only 7 localities of breeding colonies are known to man.
Shoot.
They nested in extremely dense and social colonies and are believed to have mated for life.
And so these animals probably were much more widespread before sea levels rose at the end of the last ice age. I would guess that these animals were probably much more common during the Pleistocene than they are today. Or that they were in recent times before they met their unfortunate end.
The pair laid one egg on bare rock and take turns incubating the egg for 6 weeks until the young hatched. The hatchling's appearance is not known, since there is no specimen that exists today, but it has been described as grey and downy.
So this is kind of nuts, because this is an animal that people observed and saw, and yet it might as well be a fossil creature for what we know about its life history and the appearance of its young and stuff like that. Crazy.
After 2 to 3 weeks, the parents left the nesting site but continued to care for their chicks until they fledged. The great auk is estimated to have had a maximum population in the millions. Since at least the 8th century, the great auk had been hunted on a significant scale for food and for its down feathers, which was used to make pillows. By the 16th century, the nesting colonies along the European side were nearly gone due to excessive hunting. In 1794, to protect its devastated population, the Great Britain banned the killing of this bird for its feathers. On the North American side, the great auks were still more abundant, but things weren't going particularly well for them either. American down collectors initially preferred eider down, but since the eiders were nearly driven to extinction in the 1770s, they switched to the great auk. The auks virtually disappeared from the North American coasts in the 1800s. The small remaining individuals in Europe still struggled to survive. As its rarity increased, so did its price.
And this is one of these really, really distressing things about human economics, is that the rarer an animal gets, the more people will get paid in order to kill the last surviving members of the species. You know, as its rarity increased, so did its price. Yeah.
Rich Europeans wanted to buy great auk skins and eggs, as both were highly priced collectibles. The loss of a large number of great auk's eggs to collections contributed to the extinction of the species. On the 3rd of June 1844, off the coast of Iceland, on LD, the last breeding pair was killed by fishermen while incubating an egg, upon a request from a merchant who wanted specimens. The two
And elites want the rarest things for no reason. Exactly, as we hearken. It's just like, you know, buying dinosaur fossils. You know, like this T-Rex auction that's slated for April 18th in Switzerland. Goodness. People with way too much money want the rarest of rare things so that, what? I guess they want bragging rights? It's not like they actually enjoy it in any meaningful way. It's just like, oh, I've got an obscene amount of money. Let me just purchase this thing, no matter what harm it may happen to do to the world at large. It's like, they want it, you know? It's like a toddler, you know?
2 parents were strangled and the egg smashed, ending the last known breeding attempt of the great auk. The pair then became the last preserved specimens of the great auk. Unfortunately, today, the whereabouts of these skins are unclear.
So we don't even know where they are, you know? It would be a tragedy if you know, the last breeding pair of great auks ended up in a museum as stuffed specimens. But it's even worse because we don't even know where they are to this day, you know? They ended up in some private collection, and they were sold off or, you know, lost during divorce proceedings or burned in a fire or something like that, you know? Who even knows? When something disappears into a private collection, it disappears into a private collection.
Following its extinction, the value of great auk specimens increased significantly. A specimen was bought in 1971 by the Icelandic Museum of Natural History for $21,600,
that's like a tiny sum of money when you think about what something like that would go for today, going to a private
Most
collector.
expensive natural history specimen ever sold at that time. Today, 78 great auk skins and approximately 75 eggs remain. Some argue that the period of regional cooling in the 14th to 19th century, known as the Little Ice Age, have reduced the great auk's population. But recent evidence show that even without the environmental threat, massive exploitation by humans alone could have been sufficient to cause its extinction.
Yeah,
It is
Trappy,
truly
yeah.
ironic how the Europeans' interest to preserve the great auk within their personal collections instead accelerated the total disappearance of the bird from nature. The great auk was a unique animal, a one of its kind. With its extinction, the penguins no longer roam the icy waters of the north.
Truly heartbreaking. Thank you for suggesting this, Trappy. I appreciate it. And, yeah. Again, it's... This bird went extinct because wealthy people wanted it. They created economic conditions that led to the complete slaughter and disappearance of an entire species. You know, there's a quote from the naturalist William Beebe in his book The Bird, and I'll see if I can remember it, but it's always really struck a chord with me. And it goes something like, he's talking about extinction, and he's talking about how creatures, you know, once they're extinct, they're gone. Game over. It's done. And it goes, here's that quote. The genius and the beauty of a work of art can be reconceived, even if its first material expression is destroyed. Like you can recreate a piece of art, even if the first one disappears in a fire or something. What was it? The beauty and genius of a work of art can be reconceived, though its first material expression be destroyed. A vanished harmony may once again inspire the composer. But when the last individual of a race of living things breathes no more, another heaven and another earth must pass before such a one can be again. Extinction is such a tragedy, most especially, when it's done by us, when human beings drive a species into extinction. It's an unforgivable sin. So yeah. Anyway. Yeah. But it also reminds me of shoot, let me see if I can find this. I've been thinking about maybe making a not long form, but like an edited, produced YouTube video about this Tyrannosaurus auction that's slated for April 18th in Switzerland. And yeah. This is another example of that. These animals are already extinct. But this is almost a second extinction, you know? Where this is a dinosaur that, well, this is actually 3 dinosaurs right here. They don't want you to know that. But there's 3 dinosaurs in here. There are the parts of 3 different Tyrannosaurus specimens that were kind of Frankensteined together in order to make this monstrosity right here, and they're expecting this to sell for millions of dollars in Zurich, in Switzerland. At an, was it Christie's or Sotheby's? Or it's one of these really scummy places like that. But anyway. Yeah. The same kind of greed and selfishness that led to the extinction of the great auk is leading to the loss of important scientific specimens like this. The destruction of important scientific information, you know? Just really despicable. Really, really despicable. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Anyway, Trappy says an important part of being an educator in 2023 is showing the impact of human behavior on the environment. Dana doesn't shy away from that. I can't shy away from that, Trappy. It would be dishonest of me, you know? I appreciate everybody sticking with me through this, because I know it's not pleasant to talk about. But you can't hide your head in the sand. If I were to be all chirpy and optimistic all the time and just super positive about everything and, you know, oh yeah, you know, climate change, it's all gonna be fine. Somebody's gonna figure it out, and all these species that are going extinct, we can just bring them all back through genetic technology or something. If I were to take those positions, if I were to tell you that, I'd be lying. It would be distinctly dishonest. And it would be trying to cover for the, you know, the people who are causing these problems. The people who have real power in our world, power and wealth and influence, who want the status quo to be what it is. They want to preserve this. They want all of us to suffer in order to be able to help them keep their place of power, you know? Now, as a scientist, I can't do that. I can't in good conscience, I can't say, oh, everything's fine, you know, and technology will figure everything out. It won't. It seriously won't. We need major changes in our world if we want to turn things around and actually have a future as a species. Because things are not looking good. They're really not. And I'd be lying if I were to tell you otherwise. So yeah. Yeah. And may I ask for a recap of resources used for the dodo bird? Well, we can talk about dodos a bit, Christie's. I think there was actually a new video that PBS Eons just did about dodos. Not OBS Eons, PBS Eons dodo. There we go. Let's take a look at this. I've not seen it yet, but PBS Eons usually does pretty good stuff. So let's take a look at that. Another species that was driven to extinction by human carelessness and greed.
You might think that you know the story of the dodo, that fat, flightless bird that once roamed the mountainous tropical forests of the island of Mauritius in the Indian Ocean. It's long been a poster child for extinction and an example of an evolutionary mistake, a species whose eventual demise at the hands of humans was pretty much inevitable.
Nope,
Even the dodo's
not
name
at all.
was rumored to have come from a Portuguese word for simpleton. I've been called worse. But it turns out that the things you might have heard about the dodo are just not true. And this is partially because when it went extinct, nobody actually noticed. No one was really worried about preserving any information about it until it was too late. It would take a new discovery in 2005 for us to realize that almost all of our old assumptions about it were just totally wrong. It turns out we didn't know the dodo at all. So what is the real story of the dodo? How did such a unique bird even evolve in the first place? And are we really responsible for its extinction? Well, much like the dodo itself, the answers to these questions are not so simple.
So I actually we did a whole dodo stream a while ago. In fact, I bet you I can find that for you on, let's see, open a new tab. Nope. Hang on a minute here. My videos, open. It was this year, right, that we were talking about dodos? Yeah, I don't think that was last year. At the beginning of 2023, one of my New Year's resolutions was to upload every Twitch VOD to YouTube. And I'm pretty sure that's on here, right? Yeah, there we go. Dodo de-extinction, question mark? Yeah, the biology, extinction, and possible resurrection of the dodo. I do know that there has been dodo DNA found. There's that link. Somewhere in Europe, in a museum collections. I don't remember which specimen it was, though. We'll be There's that 3D print. Creatrix print. This color is called Now Complete. Yeah, this is almost life-size. A little bit smaller than life-size for a dodo head, full-grown. The real live animal, it would have a head even bigger than this, full grown. But yeah, pretty cool. So anyway, back to our PBS Eons video here. How do I get rid of this part? Now let's just play. Yeah, play.
As far as we can tell, people never spent much time on Mauritius until the early 16th century, when sailors began stopping there on their travels. The first written records of the dodo date to 1598. Dutch sailors described it as fat, slow, and so oblivious to threats that it could be caught and killed easily. And even though they apparently weren't especially tasty, a single chonky dodo could feed so many sailors that they were hunted in large numbers. 60 years later, the dodo was gone. The last widely accepted sighting dates to around 1660. But no one is really sure exactly when it disappeared because no one was really paying attention. In fact...
And, G4, good looking. How are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. I've got a comment on my looks. I've never heard this one before. Jorge Masvidal? Who is that? Might have to add that to the list. Yeah. Let's see who this is. Really? I look like this guy? Really? I guess it'll go on the list. Welcome, welcome, G4. Good to have you here. Yeah. I will choose to take that as a compliment. Thank you. Interesting stuff. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Let me know if you've got any questions about dinosaurs, about fossils, natural history, science, anything in that sphere. That's what I'm here to talk to you about, you know? Yeah. And, yeah. Anyway, let's get back to our dodo discussion here.
The concept of an entire species being gone forever hadn't really caught on in Western science yet.
Yeah.
Extinction wouldn't even be proposed until around a century later in the late 1700s.
Yep. And this is, who can tell me who this is, actually? Oh. Well, I should have covered that up. Baron Georges Cuvier. Georges Cuvier was a French natural historian, scientist. He's something that's been called the father of paleontology, but he helped bring the idea of extinction into science at the time. But because before then, people didn't think that creatures could actually go extinct, you know? They thought the very idea was heretical. Because people had a very, like, creationist view of things at the time. Like, all of these species were created by God in his infinite wisdom, and so God, of course, would never let any of his fantastic, wonderful creations go extinct. The very idea is heretical. You know, couldn't possibly be the case. Animals can't go extinct. They're divine in nature. They're divinely created. But nope, turns out they can definitely go extinct. Cuvier was correct about that. So yeah. Yeah. And G4 good looking says, I am dumb, so ignore my ignorance. No, that's not a dumb question. Thank you for asking it. I appreciate that. Did we really evolve from apes? Yes and no. Kind of. I mean, we are what we call great apes, I guess. And so I guess our ancestors, you could call them apes. It's not like we evolved from a gorilla or a chimpanzee. It's more like gorillas and chimpanzees are our cousins. So let's take a look. Here's our tree of life right here. And, as far as we can tell, all life on Earth evolved from one common ancestor. Long, long time ago, about 3.5 billion years ago. Now let's zoom in and let's find us, human beings, Homo sapiens, on the great tree of life. There's our leaf right there. Yeah, humans. But see, we are here kind of nested between gorillas and bonobos and chimpanzees. So these animals are like our cousins. So we share a common ancestor with them. With the African apes. You know, the first humans came out of Africa. So strictly speaking, we're all African originally, you know? Africa is the cradle of humanity, and it's the birthplace of our species. And that's where some of our cousins still live today. Chimpanzees and gorillas and bonobos. Yeah. And don't just take it from me. Go look at Wikipedia. Go read a book on anthropology or whatever. This is the general consensus. This is what we as scientists have discovered. It's not just me saying this. Ask, you know, any scientist who studies evolution. They'll tell you the same thing. So yeah. Yeah. So yeah. And the bonobos and chimps, they diverged after. I think so, Claire. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah. Thank you, G4, for the great question. There's a wonderful video that I can link you to about this. There we go. Yeah. PBS. This is a series called Your Inner Fish. There's 3 parts. 3 parts. Your inner fish, your inner reptile, your inner monkey. And, do we have a trailer for that, maybe? Just so I can kind of pique your interest. Yeah. Maybe not. I don't think there's a trailer. But... well, shoot, here's a cool little video here from HHMI Biointeractive. We'll take a look at this real quick, and then we'll get back to our dodo.
The story of our hands can be traced back to when ancient creatures like Tiktaalik used their fins to crawl out of the sea some 375 million years ago. Ancient mammals modified those fins into paws. Creatures like Hadrocodium had short fingers that all pointed in the same direction, tipped with claws. Then, a hand appeared that was very different, and we can see it in a tree-dwelling species called Gnatharctus.
It's got this right here.
This ancient hand can tell us a lot about our hands today. I'm meeting fossil hunter Jonathan Block. He has a pretty complete skeleton of Gnatharctus, a primate that was first discovered in Wyoming territory in 1870.
Yeah. I think it may have been Marsh's crews that first dug this up. Famous American paleontologist Othniel Charles Marsh.
That's the real thing. This is the real deal. That is absolutely exquisite.
This is a 50-million-year-old primate skeleton.
50 million
years
years
old. A
old.
window straight into the world of what the...
So this is only like 16 million years after the dinosaurs went extinct, except for birds. Yeah, we've already got primates like this running around
Earliest primates would have been doing, how they would have been interacting with their environment.
David, you and me both. Wish I could see the past too.
Notharctus was a climber, adapted to life in the trees. The evolution of this creature, and others like it, had a huge impact on one of the features that most defines us: our hands.
Thumb is divergent. That is, it forms an angle with the index finger, and so that shows you that it could bring its thumb into opposition with the rest of the digits.
An opposable thumb.
Also has long fingers and nails instead of claws. This is one of the first times in the fossil record that we see a hand that looks like our own, the hand of a primate. It's a turning point in the history of the human body, an anatomical change that would eventually let us shape the world around us. But why did primates evolve such a hand in the first place?
Yeah, good question.
Okay.
To find out, I'm going to look for clues where my ancient ancestors lived. Up in the trees. Thankfully, I've got ropes.
Okay, ready? Yeah, very good. You got it, natural. Woohoo! A little naughty up here. Okay. Woohoo! These creatures are so
Those squirrel monkeys? What are those?
All through here. This is their home. They are able to live on small branches, big branches, throughout the tree. They can jump branch to branch. You know, when you're in the tree, what you see is that the canopy is not one place. There are lots of environments, lots of niches up here. And one special one is on the ends of the branches, because it's there where the flowers and the fruits and the insects are. So the rewards are great to be out there.
We call it the fine branch niche. And for the earliest primates, being able to navigate the small branches there was vital. And that gives us a clue as to why their hands were so different from what came before.
Creatures with really short fingers and claws, they're really great at crawling these big, thick branches, but not so much when you get to the ends of the branches.
That's because this sort of hand can't grasp. Lengthening the fingers, and better still, adding a divergent thumb, means you can curl your fingers around even the thinnest branches, grasp them tightly, and remain stable.
Oh, and Risa Dago says, how do they tell the bones are part of the same sample, not multiple contributors? I mean, these were all found in the same spot. Like, they may have even been in articulation. You're talking about, let's see, we're at 343 right there. You're talking about the Notharctus specimen here? So, like, how can we tell that...
could bring it.
How can we tell that all of these specimens, all these fossils came from the same animal?
He has a pretty complete skeleton of Notharctus, a primate that was first discovered in Wyoming territory in 1870.
Yeah, so these were all found in the same place. And they may have even been in articulation, so they may have actually been stuck together in the ground. Like in life position. But I don't know. I don't know the particulars of this guy. I'm not really familiar with this specimen. But with dinosaurs, you know, we can tell that they came from the same animal if they're assembled together in a skeleton when we find it in the ground. Sometimes they're jumbled up too, which makes things a little bit more difficult. Occasionally, you even get different parts of different dinosaurs all jumbled up. Like we get this in Dinosaur National Monument. Yeah, fossil wall. There we go. So here at Dinosaur National Monument, that I've done several live streams from before. This is in near Jensen, Utah. There's a bunch of different bones of different dinosaurs all jumbled up. But the thing is, we've got skeletons from other locations of these dinosaurs, so we can tell whose bones belong to whom. You know, these things, when you sit down to make sense of them, they make sense. It's not like it's some sort of eternal mystery or anything. Yeah, you can tell the bones of a Stegosaurus from those of an Apatosaurus, or an Allosaurus, or etc. You know? So yeah. And everything's all jumbled in the tar pits, too. Exactly, Mayor Space, yeah. Yeah, at La Brea. But yeah, you know, it's easier than you would imagine to separate the bones from a dire wolf, from a saber-toothed cat, from a mammoth, from a giant ground sloth, etc. You know? So yeah. Yeah. Anyway, so Risa Dego, I hope that makes sense. I hope that makes sense. Yeah. Anyway, back to this. We were at what? 343, I think, right? There we go.
Able.
Yeah.
We think that's why the hands and feet of early mammals changed. What you end up with are primate hands, well adapted to moving around the fine branches of trees, just like these monkeys here.
Very cool.
Embedded in our bodies is our distant past. The hand I used to write with, to type on the computer, to throw a baseball. That hand has a long evolutionary history. And
so the very hands that you are using to type into chat right now, chatters, those evolved over tens of millions of years through our ancestors, creatures that would have looked a lot like these monkeys right here. Very similar body plan to these. We share a common ancestor with them. These are like our you know, semi-distant cousins there. Pretty cool stuff.
one important point in that history was here in the trees.
You can see the resemblance. I mean, look.
Made a hand with longer fingers and a thumb.
Yeah. Yeah. And here is the full episode, Your Inner Monkey. Really, really good stuff. So G4,
Whoa, look at that little guy go.
yeah, I hope you enjoy. Highly recommend this.
Lies an incredible story. The story of your body and why you're built the way you are.
You are a cutie.
The shape of your hands, your rich color vision, the way you walk, and even the structure of your brain.
I mean, I find that mind-blowing.
Can all be traced back to ancient primates living in an ancient forest.
Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Yeah.
My name is Neil Shubin. As an anatomist, I look at human bodies differently from most people. Within us, I see the ghosts of animals past.
It's a little goofy, but yeah.
Distant ancestors who shaped our anatomy in surprising ways. Prepare yourself for a trip back to an ancient world.
Yeah.
If you really want to know why you look the way you do,
it's time to meet your inner monkey.
Yeah. Good stuff. So again, there is the link right there. I highly recommend you take a look at this. If you've ever seen it before, it's really good stuff. So yeah. Anyway, back to Georges Cuvier and the extinction of the dodo. So Georges Cuvier was a French anatomist, naturalist. He would probably call himself a natural philosopher. The word scientist didn't really even exist at the time. That was not a common word, let alone paleontologist. But you could call him the father of paleontology, I suppose. He studied a lot of fossils. Here he is with a fossil fish right there. And, yeah, by just having an open mind and studying these things intensely, he was able to make remarkable inferences, many of which still, you know, turn out to be correct, which is pretty cool.
So it wasn't until well after the dodo had already vanished that scientists started paying attention. See, when the British took over Mauritius in 1810, a major boom.
You know, Ted Deschler, that's very cool, Neverwinter. Very cool.
And by that point, tales of the dodo were so odd that at first British naturalists wondered if it ever had been real at all, likening it to a mythical phoenix. In 1816, they held a meeting to ask the island's oldest inhabitants if they remember the dodo or any talk of it. Now, over 150 years had passed since the last known sighting, so unsurprisingly, they did not. All that was left were some Dutch illustrations and stories, many of which contradicted each other, as well as a few bones and body parts scattered in museums throughout Europe. The world had been left without even one complete dodo. In 1848, two naturalists working at Oxford published their first scientific work on the animal. They'd used what little evidence they'd been able to gather and study, and drew from the various Dutch accounts from centuries earlier. They called it a strange, abnormal bird with a grotesque appearance, which seems needlessly mean, but they were at least convinced that it had once existed. They concluded that it was some odd form of pigeon, an idea that they were widely ridiculed for at the time.
Oh, they were right.
That's about as complete a picture of the rise and fall of the dodo as we had. But in 2005, all that began.
Wasn't the dodo only discovered 100 years before it went extinct? 60 years, I think, Christie's, yeah. Yeah. Something like that. It's definitely less than 100, I think.
Yeah. Excavations at a swamp on the island unearthed more than 200 dodo bones, giving researchers a chance to study the animal in a new light. The site allowed them to understand the broader ecosystem of the dodo and put the species into its actual ecological context for the first time. And what the researchers found was surprising. The dodo's supposed stupidity wasn't a result of having evolved in a sheltered paradise that left them fat, happy, and complacent. The swamp and the dodos it preserved told a totally different story. What the researchers saw was an ecosystem characterized by significant environmental challenges. Climatic instability and extreme weather events like cyclones and droughts were common. For example, the
volcanism too, right?
4,200 years ago that caused animals to flock to the area in search of fresh water. The stress of this event even left a mark in the bones of the dodos themselves.
Yeah, histology.
These marks came in the form of lines of arrested growth, which reveal periods.
What we call lags. This is the same method that we use for determining how old dinosaurs were when they died. We look at their growth rings, kind of like the growth rings in a tree. Here it is in a dodo showing extreme environmental stress. They're growing so much more slowly because they're getting so much less food because there's a major drought happening. You can tell this by cutting open the bones and looking at them under the microscope. Really, really cool.
Where growth slowed as the animal struggled to find resources. So the fact that dodos, as a species, were able to survive and thrive under these kinds of repeated challenges over evolutionary time meant that they must have actually been pretty resilient and well adapted to their unpredictable home.
Yep.
And the more
so these birds had existed for like 20 million years or something crazy like that. Like they're so much different from their closest living relative, the Nicobar pigeon, or from their closest, now extinct relative, the Rodriguez solitaire. They've been evolving on their own for like 20 million years or something like that. Like, here, let's look them up on the Tree of Life. Yeah, the dodo. Yeah, there we go. So the true dodo and the Rodriguez solitaire, its closest extinct relative, they diverged, okay, 10.8 million years ago. So these animals separated about 11 million years ago, which means that dodo has managed to, like, the dodo was older than we are as a species. Human beings are like maybe a million, maybe if you want to be super generous, 2 million years old as a species. Like, dodos have been around for 5 times longer than us and managed to survive in their ecosystem and thrive there on the island of Mauritius, on this tiny little island beset by cyclones and droughts and volcanic eruptions and all this other stuff. These animals had managed to survive in isolation for close to 11 million years. And then people showed up. So yeah.
Complete skeletons from this swampy bone bed even revealed that the birds had a number of impressive adaptations for their environment. For example, they had strong legs, which would have helped them get around in their mountainous environment. And they had big skulls that housed a pretty large brain with well-developed olfactory regions, suggesting they had a good sense of smell. Plus, as the field of ancient DNA has advanced over the last 2 decades, we've even been able to study dodo genetics in increasing detail. This has revealed that dodos are indeed most closely related to doves and pigeons, confirming the idea proposed by Oxford researchers back in 1848. Okay, but so how did they end up becoming so unusual compared to their closest living relatives? Well, it seems that dodos emerged from a flying Asian pigeon ancestor that began crossing the Indian Ocean around 43 million years ago. As a chain of volcanic islands began to form in the ocean around this time, the birds used them as stepping stones on their travels. Eventually, when Mauritius emerged from the waves around 7 million years ago, the dodo's ancestors arrived by air, settled into their new home, and became flightless. After all, evolution is about trade-offs. And in an environment...
So I said, what, 10, 11 million years? He said 7 million years, something like that. But it... Anyway, the point is, dodos were around for a lot longer than humans. And they managed to survive on that island for much longer than humans have been around as a unique species, you know? And then we show up, and within 60 years, they're gone.
Without any predators, the ability to fly simply wasn't worth the energy cost. It's a process we've seen happen time and time again with birds that arrive on islands without animals they need to evade.
Yep.
Flight becomes unnecessary, wings become vestigial, and bodies become bulky, sometimes comically so. Okay, so if the dodo was actually pretty well adapted to its environment rather than being an evolutionary mistake, then what happened to them? Like, why did they go extinct? Well, the classic story is that...
And how did they become flightless? Any clues? They just didn't need to fly anymore.
The infant.
Ah.
The adult.
Ontogeny.
Yogurt Garrel, thank you so much for the 23 months of support. Yogurt Garrel, thank you for displaying some impressive ontogeny there and your long-term support of this channel. That is really extraordinary, and I appreciate it. Thank you. Holy cow. So yeah. Appreciate you, Garrel. Thank you very, very much. Excellent. Yeah. And yeah, that's the thing, is that flight is an extremely expensive thing to have. Holy cow, to develop flight, you have to make so many sacrifices. You have to have lightweight bones that are lightweight but strong. Any engineer can tell you that that's a really, really difficult thing to achieve. You need to have a, like, super-powered, turbocharged respiratory system for getting enough oxygen to your cells for flying. You've got to have big, muscular arms to support wings. There's so many different things that you need for flight. Shoot, even your very genome itself has to be smaller than in non-volant animals, so that the nuclei in your cells can be smaller, so you can be lighter weight overall. These are all tremendous sacrifices that you have to make if you want to be able to fly as an animal. And so if a bird species arrives via flight to an uninhabited island, new island pops up, new island, who dis? You got volcanic eruptions that create a new island, like, for instance, the Hawaiian island chain. And there's no other vertebrate animals who live there yet. You're a bird and you show up there? Holy cow. You don't have to fly anymore. There's no predators who want to eat you there? You don't have to fly to be able to get away. You can just become big and terrestrial and, live out a relaxed life. Like the dodo did. Relaxed in the sense that they didn't have predators trying to eat them. But they still have to contend with cyclones and droughts and volcanic eruptions and stuff like that. So yeah. And ostriches are in Africa. They have no predation? I mean, they do have predators. They really do. But it's not always that flightlessness evolves because of a lack of predators. Occasionally, you get birds who not decide, but they evolve in a direction where it's just like, okay, there are predators around, but I'm just going to become really big and really mean. Think about like a Canada goose. I'm sure many people here in chat have encountered Canada geese. And, yeah, these are pretty well-known animals. And they could be really, really mean. You get them. Yeah. If you're a big bird on the ground, and you're not, if it's difficult for you to take off into the sky quickly, to escape via flight, then you've got to evolve a certain kind of meanness on those mean streets of terrestrial life. And that's exactly what these geese have done, They are mean because they spend most of their time on the ground. And apparently that's what ostriches did. As they spent a lot of time on the ground, They're able to survive there. They, yeah, they lost the ability to fly. The ancestor of ostriches and emus and cassowaries, etc. And they just became mean. So yeah. Yeah. So many people get chased on campus. There you go, Yogurt Garrel. Yeah. Yeah. Don't mess with dinosaurs like these, you know? Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, they are, I don't know, man. You might just have to forfeit this game, you know? You know, they'll cancel a baseball game because it's drizzling out, or because one of the players got spooked by a brightly colored balloon or something like that. Or I guess if a goose walks onto the field. You know? But yeah. Yeah. Geese, man. Yeah. So anyway, flightlessness. Shoot, if you can be a bird and get away with being flightless, suddenly all of those resources and sacrifices that you would make to... The resources you would devote to flight and the sacrifices that you would make in terms of your body plan, you could just forget about those. You know? It's free real estate. You know? Take advantage of it. And dodos did that, and it worked really well for them for millions of years. So yeah.
That we simply ate them to extinction because they were about trade-offs. And in an environment,
hang on.
birds used them as stepping stones on their travels. Eventually, when Mauritius emerged from the waves around 7 million years ago, the dodo's ancestors arrived by air, settled into their new home, and became flightless. After all, evolution is about trade-offs. And in an environment without any predators, the ability to fly simply wasn't worth the energy cost. It's a process we've seen happen time and time again with birds that arrive on islands without animals they need to evade.
Yep.
Flight becomes unnecessary, wings become vestigial, and bodies become bulky, sometimes comically so. Okay, so if the dodo was actually pretty well adapted to its environment rather than being an evolutionary mistake, then what happened to them? Like, why did they go extinct? Well, the classic story is that we simply ate them to extinction because they were too easy to catch.
That's part of it. I mean, there's also invasive animals that were brought onto the island of Mauritius, pigs and rats and dogs, maybe most especially rats, that ate their eggs. Maybe monkeys too?
In reality, it seems that this was less a result of our appetite and more our habit of altering the delicate balance of ecosystems wherever we go. You see, dodos had
really
one
key
vulnerability that may have spelled their downfall. An Achilles heel, if you will, that put them at...
And, Scrotenator. Thanks for dropping in there. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
Even before they were born. They only laid one large egg at a time.
And Synthwave Ash, thank you for being here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Dinosaurs do rock, and I'm glad you agree. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's great to have you here. Yeah. Holy cow.
Time and on the ground. Key vulnerability that may have spelled their downfall. An Achilles heel, if you will, that put them at risk even before they were born. They only laid one large egg at a time, and on the ground too, rather than hidden away in some treetop nest.
Put this ankylosaur skull back.
We brought a couple of very egg-hungry associates with us. The associates I'm talking about are pigs and rats. These creatures have devastated a range of island bird species across the world after being introduced, regardless of whether those birds seemed intelligent or agile or not. So it wasn't exactly us humans that doomed the dodo, not directly, at least, nor was it necessarily their supposed lack of smarts and speed. Far from being the hopeless sitting duck that it may have seemed at first glance, the dodo was, for the most part, an evolutionary success. It was a species superbly adapted to its specific ecological conditions. Until, of course, we and other mammals that we traveled with suddenly changed those conditions. And its demise didn't just prove to be a valuable case study in understanding the concept of extinction, back when that was a radical new idea, but it also may end up being a case study in an equally radical idea emerging today, de-extinction. Armed with our new understanding of the dodo's ecology.
Yeah, and I don't know. As somebody who lives in the San Francisco Bay Area, I'm like, I don't know, I can see a lot of this stuff up close, and you know, anything that comes out of Silicon Valley, I'm instantly very skeptical of. There's so much nonsense and smoke and mirrors with stuff like this, but I'm leery about this. I would love to see the dodo de-extincted, you know, to see somebody engineer a creature that is, you know, ecologically similar to or equivalent to a dodo. I would love to see that. Holy cow, nothing would make me happier. It would be remarkable, but yeah, I don't know. We'll see.
Is a paleontologist.
And Westery, thank you for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing, Westery. Thank you, thank you. How was your stream? I hope it was really good. Welcome back. Yeah. And 19Watcher99, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. And you're doing some makers and crafting. Very nice, Westery. I hope you had a good time with it. It's good to have you here. Yeah. We had a good stream. Glad to hear it, Westery. Very glad to hear it. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Hey, my name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I work on dinosaurs. I dig up dinosaurs. I study dinosaurs, and now I talk about them here on Twitch. Today is Thursday BIRDSday, and we're talking about a very special bird right now, the dodo. You may have heard the news that there's a company trying to de-extinct the dodo. Is this marketing hype, or is this something that could be possible? Let's talk about that a little bit. Yeah. Thank you for your raid, Westery. I really appreciate it. Yeah.
Its DNA, and the recognition that its extinction was not inevitable, the possibility of bringing it back is seriously being explored. So perhaps the dodo's story has another surprising chapter or two just waiting to be written.
Okay. Yeah.
Hey friends,
Yeah. Good stuff. So, the dodo. Extinct. To be clear, they're not actually going to resurrect a true dodo like you see here. It would be... What they'd basically be doing is taking this animal here, the Nicobar pigeon, which is a close relative, and then just altering its genome to make it look superficially more like a dodo, and then releasing those on the island of Mauritius. Yeah, to help kind of atone for humanity's grievous sin in driving this creature into extinction. But yeah. Anyway. Can we bring back coelacanth? We still have coelacanths today, Lilith Hobo. What do you mean? Coelacanths, famously, there's at least 2 species that we still have today. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. Kind of like when they made a chicken with teeth that resembled a dinosaur, Patrick Crusader. I mean, that didn't actually... That's hypothetically possible, but it hasn't happened, Patrick Crusader. Shoot, my old boss Jack Horner has a project underway to try and do that. Turns out to be much more difficult than anybody thought, especially getting the tail to lengthen. But yeah.
Though it may not seem like much, 500 bits goes a long way towards supporting science.
500 bits?
On Twitch.
Really appreciate that, David Deluine. Thank you for the 500 bits. Thank you. Really, really appreciate that. Thank you kindly. Thanks for supporting science outreach here on Twitch. Yeah. Charlie's Dragon says it would make more sense to preserve the species we have rather than reintroduce extinct species, but that's not as sci-fi. I mean, those 2 things are not mutually exclusive, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah. The more that the Nicobar pigeon gets studied, if its genome were sequenced, if we understood more about its biology, we're able to breed them effectively in the laboratory to the point where we can actually modify some of them to make them look more like dodos, then you've essentially ensured this animal's survival. You know, if... That's the thing, is that if the dodo were to be brought back through this process, the Nicobar pigeon they'd be on easy street. they would already be saved. You know? That's kind of the point. Yeah. Here, let's find that real quick. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, here's the website for this private company that's seeking to do this. To bring back the dodo. Meet the dodo. Yep. And then, where's our Nicobar pigeon? There we go. Yeah, right there. Yeah. Anyway, the unfortunate thing is, like, so far it's been absolutely impossible to clone birds up until this point. Cloning just doesn't work for birds. Their egg is too big, and the embryo inside starts off far too small in order to actually do the kind of cloning that we can do for mammals, like Dolly the sheep and everything. But anyway, if they are able to get past that hurdle, then that would require breeding a lot of Nicobar pigeons in captivity. And then once they really have that down, where it's just routine, and they can do it repeatably again and again and again, then I presume they would start to, you know, tinker with things so they could make something that looks similar to that of a dodo. Especially if they've got a full sequence for the dodo genome, they could basically alter the genome of a Nicobar pigeon until it's extremely close to that of a dodo, and then they could start producing dodos. But anyway, there's a lot of ifs in that. There's a lot of steps that are required before you get to dodo. So yeah. But yeah. And Freya Eloise says, doesn't seem very ethical. I mean, that's the thing, Freya Eloise. It's like, you know what wasn't ethical? Driving the dodo into extinction in the first place. That was unethical. This is trying to kind of atone for that unforgivable sin. You know, yeah, it's like, yeah, I don't know. What about the external fertilization of eggs, marine examples that have been... What do you mean, meteor? Wait, what? Yeah, so bird anatomy in particular makes it really difficult to clone them, meteor. Impossible so far. But yeah... And the Nicobar pigeon is so pretty that they could probably do a good campaign on preserving them, but again, doesn't have the de-extinction sci-fi part. Yeah, Charlie's Dragon. I mean, hopefully, if they're able to get money for this, a big part of that money is going to go toward preserving the habitat of these animals down there in the Indian Ocean, so that they actually have a place to live and they don't go extinct too. But yeah. And Freya Eloise says, yeah, but two wrongs don't make a right. I'm all for it if it doesn't cause the animals suffering. I mean, shoot, Freya Eloise, I think I'm there with you, yeah. Like, shoot, when it comes to birds, people do absolutely unspeakable things to birds, and it is absolutely considered perfectly acceptable in our society to do that, you know? Like, I would never eat a bird. I wouldn't do that. Chickens, turkeys, geese, ostriches, penguins, robins, whatever. Budgies, I'm not going to eat them, you know? I don't eat meat. I don't do that. It hurts me to do that, so I'm not going to do it, you know? I can't conscience that sort of action. But So I don't know, but like when I hear that people who have no problem at all eating birds or, you know, raising objections to, you know, studying birds by scientific means and potentially trying to resurrect a dodo, it's like, well, shoot, let's get our priorities straight here, you know? If we're gonna raise ethical objections, as the parable goes, let's make sure that we remove the plank from our own eye before we remove the speck of sawdust from our brother's eye, you know? So yeah, I don't know. It's like when people had voiced kind of mealy-mouthed objections to the Dino Chicken project. It's like, well, is it really ethical to, you know, to try and experiment on a chicken like this? It's like, holy cow. The tens of billions of chickens that are basically tortured to death every year in industrial farming on our planet. It's, yeah. Anyway, yeah. But yeah. And yeah, so Freya, okay, you and me, we're in the same boat there, Freya. Yeah, appreciate you. Yeah. So anyway, pigeons, Nicobar pigeons, dodos. People really don't have enough respect for birds, and that's honestly part of what I'm trying to do here with Thursday BIRDSday, is to get people to think about birds in a more thoughtful way. That's not redundant at all. Anyway, you know what I mean here. Yeah. And Charlie's Dragon says, I just think if they put all the money towards conservation of extant species, that would cover more than just splitting it between conservation and de-extinction. But they'd be less likely to get funding without the de-extinction because it's exciting. Exactly, Charlie. See, you get it, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah, absolutely. That's the unfortunate thing, is that I wish we lived in a world where people were really, really excited about the idea of saving the Nicobar pigeon from extinction. But, you know, in a Instagram's tink-tonk world, people are much more excited about the idea of resurrecting the dodo. And so that raises questions. Is it better to play that game and try and, you know, skim some off the top so that you can save the Nicobar pigeon? Or do you want to try and be kind of morally, you know, high and mighty, morally pure, and say, no, forget that nonsense. We're just going to try and raise money for, you know, preserving the habitat of these animals. And I don't know what the correct answer is. I really don't. So, yeah. But yeah, and Patrick Crusader, you were correct about that. Yeah. Imagine if somebody proposed de-extincting Neanderthals. I mean, they're not entirely extinct in that they have descendants today, Mayor Space. I happen to be one of them. I've got an abnormally high percentage of Neanderthal DNA, apparently. As many people on Earth do. Yeah, so Neanderthals never went extinct. Their genes are still alive and well in a lot of human beings around the world, you know? So yeah. The French, says Lilith Obo. Some of my ancestors came from France. Yeah. That's a fact. So yeah. Anyway. And I agree with you, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah, holy cow. My Spinosaur project that I'm working on right now, when I'm doing the press for this, I'm going to be emphasizing how the study of these animals and, you know, modern animals that can help contribute to their understanding.
It's a paleontologist version of heaven.
And 19 Watcher, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. By studying these animals and studying modern creatures that can give us clues about their ecology and behavior, we can better understand how we need to protect these modern animals. Creatures like fishing cats and gharials and shoebills and other animals like this, which are all endangered. Most of the animals that I looked at when trying to make inferences about spinosaurid fishing behavior, most of those animals today are endangered. And I'm hoping in some small way I can help contribute to the understanding and appreciation of these modern animals, so that we can make a difference and help these creatures avoid extinction. And that's almost a mealy-mouthed way to put it. It's not helping these creatures escape extinction. It's helping change the behavior of people which are driving these animals into extinction. You know? I would like to turn spinosaurids into an argument for better appreciating fishing cats, shoebills, gharials, false gharials, flat-headed cats, etc. All of these endangered or critically endangered animals that have been driven to near extinction by human carelessness and greed and selfishness. So yeah. Anyway. 19 Watcher says, I love what you're doing here. SciComm is so important. Thank you, Watcher. I really appreciate that. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's so good to have you here. Shoot. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And, Moonrise Rabbit.
In that brief moment, we alone are the only species to comprehend and appreciate the great dinosaurs.
It's true, Moonrise Rabbit. Thank you for helping us understand and appreciate better.
Day off tomorrow so I can extinct my relaxation.
Very nice, Moonrise Rabbit. Thank you for your ongoing support. 18 months of science outreach support from you. Thank you, Moonrise Rabbit. Appreciate that very, very much. Seriously. Thank you. With that said, let's talk about some more of these extant, non-extinct dinosaurs. Tarquin has got a... Ooh, Tarquin calls this a blue jay, but this, my friends, is not a blue jay. This... Here we go. Yeah. Who can tell me what kind of bird this is right here? Not quite a blue jay. It is a jay who is blue, but it's not a blue jay. Golganek knows. I do want this. Yeah. It's a scrub jay. Yeah. I do want some scrub jays. They're remarkable birds. Very, very intelligent and really, really cool. We are so privileged to be able to share our neighborhoods with them. I have several scrub jays that live in my neighborhood, and they are always a joy to watch. They've got so much personality. Scrub jays. Holy cow. Yeah. There's a lovely book that I would recommend for anybody here who is interested in birds. It happens to have a scrub jay on its cover. The book is called The Genius of Birds by Jennifer Ackerman. And if you're busy like I am, you can actually read this as an audiobook. So you can listen to it while you're doing dishes or running or bicycling or walking or gardening or whatever. You can listen to it on your commute to and from work. Or The Genius of Birds. I would highly recommend it. This talks all about bird intelligence and how birds are remarkably intelligent creatures. Intelligent in ways that we can kind of barely comprehend, because we've got a very different kind of intelligence as humans. Birds are intelligent in very interesting ways. But there's a scrub jay on the cover. That's what it made me think of. That's why I thought of that book. The Genius of Birds. Good stuff. And thank you, Claireburr, for finding it on Thrift Books. So yeah, scrub jay. Very nice there, Tarquin. A scrub jay. Beautiful. Yeah. Ah, good stuff. Yeah. So yeah. The things a bird brain can do are amazing. They really are, Patrick Crusader. Holy cow, yes, are they? And this is a bird. So this is not going to look real to some people. Mechaholic has got some black-necked stilts right here. Lovely, lovely shorebirds. And they do actually have more than one leg. You know, don't get it twisted. These birds are standing on one leg, kind of like a flamingo might do. But yeah, black-necked stilts. What a crazy bird. This is nuts. I mean, those are the... Like, what do their bones look like? This, by the way, is the foot right here. That's the ankle right there. That's the same as your ankle bones. The tarsals are in here. These are metatarsals, and then there's the phalanges, the toes. So this is actually the foot right there. And that is the tibia and fibula. And then they've got the femur up here. A lot of people think that bird legs are, like, backwards or something. It's completely wrong. They just... Yeah. They just have very, very long feet. So the foot starts right here and goes down, and there's the toes. So yeah. These are the metatarsals right there. There's the ankle. There's the shin. And then the thigh is up inside here. Yeah, pretty cool. Where do they even have room to hide all that leg? They fold it up, Mayor Space. They fold it up. Let's look them up on the Tree of Life real quick. What was it? Black-headed stilt? Black-necked stilt. Yeah. Black-necked stilt. There we go. Yeah. Very cool stuff. There's some English birds? Yeah, Freya, I'd love to see some English birds. And, yeah, okay, that photo is of a juvenile there. But stilts, we've got stilts, white-headed stilts, stilts. There's only 4 species of stilt in the world. I did not know that. Who are they related to? Shoot, the black stilt is critically endangered. Oh, my goodness. That's harrowing. I did not know that. Where are they from? Where do they live? New Zealand. It's one of the world's rarest birds with 169 adults surviving in the wild as of May 2020. Holy cow. That is... Yeah. Here, let's take a look. So this is a bird that there's so few of them left in the entire world, and I'm sure there are very hardworking, very passionate people just fighting to keep these birds from slipping away into extinction. And this is probably one of those hardworking people here. Let's take a look.
Liz Brown has her hands full. She's looking after more than 100 khaki chicks who've recently hatched.
It's a bit of a passion, really. I've been doing it for 9 years.
The black stilt is the world's rarest wading bird.
Holy cow.
In the early 1980s, there were just a handful left. The population had almost been wiped out. thanks to the work of dock rangers like Liz, the Isaac Conservation and Wildlife Trust, generous donors and volunteers, the kaki population is back from the brink, with 132 adults now living and breeding in the wild.
Very cool.
Really neat to see them being wild birds, which is what they're supposed to be.
August saw a record number of kaki, once raised in captivity, released on the Tasman River near Aoraki, Mount Cook.
Quite often they'll come out of the boxes and they'll fly so high that it almost looks like they can't figure out how to come back down again.
For 7 weeks, dock rangers like Liz were with the kaki every day, feeding and looking after the young birds as they adapted to their new home with its spectacular surroundings.
Look at that. That is some, like, Lord of the Rings stuff there. Holy cow, look at this landscape. That's, oh my goodness. But that's New Zealand. That's New Zealand.
With its spectacular surroundings.
Steven Wykes. There you go, Mayor Space, yeah.
After the young birds, as they adapted to their new home with its spectacular surroundings.
Wow.
They've never been in water deep enough that they've had to swim before. So quite often they'll land in the river and have to figure out how to swim pretty quickly.
Oh.
Amongst the noisy crowd, Liz spotted a few...
Oh, you know, to be fair, if you've got legs that long, finding water deep enough for you to swim in is like... might take some doing.
Familiar faces have survived a year in the wild.
Some of the others that we released last year have come back with new partners, so that's really cool to see that they're ready to start breeding.
Despite its small size, the black stilt is the only braided river bird to live in the Mackenzie all year round, from freezing mornings to hot summer days.
When it's negative 10 degrees and I'm having to wear, freezing workers' gloves just to feed the birds because my hands are so cold, and these things that weigh about half the amount of a block of butter, they live in this environment. It's incredible.
Yep, that's that high octane dinosaur metabolism that they got there.
With
beautiful.
Lucky birds already practicing their mating displays, Liz is hopeful this lot of exhibitionists will be laying eggs of their own within 2 to 3 years.
Particularly in the aviaries, they wait until we're watching before they put on their wee show for us. So yeah, we do quite a bit of bird perving in this job.
Hopefully practice pays off, and with the help of Liz...
Wait, did I hear that right?
Within 2 to 3 years.
Particularly in the aviaries, they wait until we're watching before they put on their wee show for us. So yeah, we do quite a bit of bird perving in this job.
Hopefully practice pays off, and with the help of Liz's team and the Predator Control Program to Manahuna Aoraki, the kaki population in the Mackenzie Basin continues to climb.
Beautiful. And as Mayor Space said, yes, New Zealand is actually working on eliminating rats entirely. And there was a neat video that I saw the other day, which, yeah, what was his name? Tom Scott. New Zealand rats? Yeah, this is pretty cool. Take a look at this.
New Zealand has no native land mammals other than bats. For around 85 million years, these islands were so remote that the rest of the world's mammals just never made it here. All the parts of the ecosystem that mammals would fill instead went to birds or lizards or insects. A lot of those birds...
Hang on. Klaxons. Did anybody catch that?
Fill instead went to birds or lizards.
Or what? Excuse me? Yeah. There you go, Lenina. Yep, and Claire Burr. Yep. Not a lizard. The tuatara here, native to New Zealand, very much not a lizard. Not at all. Holy cow. In fact, let's pull them up on our Tree of Life real quick. Yeah. Tuatara. There's one living species, Sphenodon punctatus. They are the last living species. Look how big that leaf is. Holy cow. Yeah. So here we've got lizards and snakes over here. Lizards start over here. Tuataras are outside of that group. They are the last living species of this once super widespread common group of reptiles. Sphenodontians, rhynchocephalians. So Tuatara, don't call them lizards. They are not lizards. They evolved before the lizards, Freya Eloise. Before there ever were lizards, there were Tuataras. Lizards are this group. So snakes are actually a kind of lizard. Tuatara, over here, are not lizards. Yeah. And now we gotta watch a video on Tuataras. Shoot. These rabbit holes, or Tuatara holes in this case. This is the beauty of a live broadcast. Yeah, Tuatara are not lizards. Yeah, and here's this guy. Clint from Clint's Reptiles, I guess, is going to explain why that's not a lizard. Or no, this one's shorter. Let's take a look at this.
It may be wrong to call a Tuatara a lizard. Sure,
it is wrong.
They look like our four-legged scaly friends. However, they aren't really related to them. Tuataras are from their own unique order of reptiles, to which no other living reptiles belong.
Yep.
Some scientists
They're
argue
unique.
that Tuataras should be separated into different species, but as it currently stands, there is only one living species of Tuatara, though they don't seem to be really aware of what some might consider a lonely existence. Apparently, Tuataras aren't against bullying one another.
Order Rhynchocephalia, David Delune. Yeah.
For good den sites, and they may even engage in combat during the breeding season. Also, they can be like super old. So personally, I see these guys as the grandpa reptiles who just want to live in peace and keep everybody else off their lawn. Tuataras are found in New Zealand. They once populated the mainland of the country, but at this point, their populations are limited to remote islands off the coast.
Yep. And so, shoot, before this, back in the Cretaceous and Jurassic periods, we had relatives of the Tuatara, other rhynchocephalian reptiles, here in North America. When Stegosaurus and Brontosaurus, Apatosaurus, and Allosaurus were walking around, there were Sphenodontians, rhynchocephalians, Tuatara relatives, walking around along with them. They used to be really, really widespread. They used to be all over the place. I've actually dug up a few little bits and pieces of these animals up in the Kootenai Formation of Montana. It's early Cretaceous, right on the Continental Divide between Montana and Idaho. Yeah. Let's see here. Is that... I'm looking this up. We talked about this a good while ago. May 3rd, 2022. Yeah. Exceptionally preserved Sphenodon-like Sphenodontian reveals deep time conservation of Tuatara skeleton and ontogeny. And this is from the early Jurassic of North America. So this creature is like as old as Dilophosaurus. Holy cow. Yeah. This is an incredibly old lineage of animals. They've been around for a very, very long time, and they used to live all over the world, and now there's just one small... There's one species left in New Zealand, and we have to make sure that we preserve them.
Islands are difficult to access, and even if someone went through the trouble of getting to one of these islands, that person wouldn't be able to take a Tuatara home. Tuataras are legally protected and have been for more than 100 years.
Good.
Only recently have zoos been allowed to exhibit Tuataras, and even that is limited. Considering their peculiar lifestyles, even housing a Tuatara could prove quite the challenge. You know how many reptiles prefer warm temperatures? Tuataras aren't like that. In fact, temperatures over 80 degrees Fahrenheit could prove fatal to these lizard lookalikes.
They like the cold.
Their preferred temperatures are typically somewhere between 60 and 70 degrees Fahrenheit. But Tuataras can still live their normal lives, even as temperatures dip into the mid-40s. I can barely function at anything below 65 degrees, so they've got me beat. Thankfully, the islands which they inhabit are usually in the perfect temperature range for these rare reptiles. Like the chuckwallas we've talked about previously, tuataras live in rocky dens and tend to live solitary lives. When they do get together to breed, it can be a raucous affair. The breeding season for tuataras occurs at the beginning of the year, and it takes...
And did anybody notice this is the same channel? Holy cow. From the Tinamous video that we saw earlier. This channel, Animal Fact Files, twice in the same stream. I'm going to subscribe. Here's a link to this video. You should subscribe too. They do really, really good stuff. I'm impressed. Yeah.
At least 7 months for a female to lay her eggs. Tuataras are slow developers. It can take upwards of 20 years before they're ready to
Holy
reproduce.
cow.
And once they do, it might take 4 years.
What was it? 20 years before they're ready to reproduce. You can see why it's difficult for them to regrow their numbers after having all of their eggs eaten by rats and stuff like that, you know?
Before they're ready to reproduce.
Oh boy.
And once they do, it might take 4 years between each time they're willing to breed again. The eggs of tuataras take at least a year to develop before hatching, which means that once baby tuataras emerge, it's been more than 2 years since they were conceived. Then they have a life of potentially more than 100 years ahead of them. Along with their slow development, tuataras are slow metabolizers, meaning they don't eat a lot of food. When they do eat, their food comes in the form of bird eggs, worms, snails, frogs, lizards, and arthropods, while young tuataras may be taken by predators, including other members of their species and introduced rats. The adults, reaching an average of 1.5 feet in length, are typically left alone. Like iguanas, tuataras can come in different colors, with some appearing red, others olive green, and more a shade of gray. The males also support crests down the backs of their necks and along their backs.
Very cool.
Female tuataras may also show off these crests.
Is it going to talk about their third eye? Because they... Third eye. Open up your third eye, man. You know, tuatara actually have that. Let's see if she talks about it.
Though usually not as prominently as their
she's not going to talk about it.
Counterparts. For more facts on tuataras, check out the links in the description. Give a thumbs up if you learned something.
Anyway, great video there. There was a lovely video with, let's see. Is it here? No, where was that? Meet the locals, tuatara. The lonely three-eyed reptile. No, where was it? Was it here? Let's just check this. Well, no. At Discovery, I'll get DMCA'd for that. Let's try this. Oh, too loud. Sorry.
Hey guys, Joe here. I've been thinking a lot about change.
Anyway, tuataras. Is this the one where he goes into the enclosure and they get to see the tuatara?
Really cool feature.
Yeah.
That no one else in the world really has. It's called a parietal eye.
Yeah.
Kind of on top of his head, if you can see it right there. There are cornea, and there's lens in there. There's even really primitive rod structures, and there's a nerve that attaches right to the brain, so it can sense differences in light and shadows.
Yes, you heard that right. They've got a third eye right smack in the middle of their forehead.
Pretty cool.
Lizards and frogs have
yeah.
That eye is more developed in tuatara than in any other species. It might not be easy to see from the outside, but its skull shows right where that nerve feeds it.
Yep, very, very cool. So I've worked with tuatara skulls before, and yep, you got a hole in the skull right there that the nerves go through. Very, very cool. Very cool. And Joe Green, there you go, Clairbert, yeah. Who's, brother to Hank Green from the SciShow videos, right?
into the brain.
Yeah.
This is already cool, but you and I share a small remnant of this extrasensory system. We think tuatara and other non-warm-blooded animals use their extra eye to sense the length of the day. It communicates with an area of the brain that helps set its internal biological clock, day, night, and seasonal cycles. Well, deep inside our brain, we find the same structure, the pineal gland, which we also use to sense night and day and tell us when it's time to sleep. We don't have a third eye, but we do share something just as cool.
What up, cuz?
Yeah, and so the thing is, if you trace our ancestry back far enough, like there's a tuatara right there, and we, of course, as Homo sapiens, human beings, we are quite the distance away from them. Way over there, but we do have a common ancestor. If you go back far enough in time, we've got a common ancestor, like a great-great-great-great-grandfather that we share with tuatara. And that would be in amniotes? Sauropsids? It'd be in amniotes. So yeah, 320 million years ago, we shared an ancestor, along with all these other animals. Birds, lemurs, opossums, snakes, crocodiles, turtles, other lizards. You go back far enough and you can find out where we had a common ancestor. And so we've got some of these common structures that we inherited from that common ancestor. Pretty cool stuff. Yeah.
Semi-related.
And in case you're wondering how you make a baby tuatara, you guessed it, that's weird too.
Well, they're kind of special in the fact that they don't have outward sex organs.
Yep. They've got cloacas and stuff.
That works.
The other cool thing about them is they're actually temperature sex determined. So females are going to be produced at lower temperatures and males at higher temperatures.
Here's a trait where tuatara are joined by many other reptiles and even some fish, but it makes creatures like these especially sensitive to climate change. Shifts in temperature could throw off the whole population ratio.
Obviously, females are very important in producing.
Right, you need both.
You need both.
To make more tuatara.
Yeah.
Don't worry, man. We'll see what we can do.
What all this shows us is that while these quote-unquote primitive reptiles, yes, are very weird, that weirdness has made them winners in the game of evolution. I mean, if it ain't broke, don't evolve it.
Okay, so quick spoiler alert, tuatara are a major character in Turtles All the Way Down by John Green. It's a book about fitting in, but it is kind of a funny animal to put in the middle of your story, so why'd you do it, John?
I think the main reason I chose to write about tuatara is that even though they haven't changed body forms much in like 150 million years and they do everything incredibly slowly, they also have this really fast rate of molecular evolution, and I thought that reflected something about Aza. She's not changing much on the outside necessarily.
Yeah, anyway, I don't know what they're talking about here, but yeah, amniotes, this would be the last time that we had a common ancestor, I think, with tuatara, because we're certainly not, as humans, we are not sauropsids. And we are, yeah, so it would be amniotes would be the last time, because there's mammals where they diverge right there. So basal amniota would be the last time that we shared a common ancestor with tuataras there. Ice Clop, yes indeed. Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, why are we talking about tuataras? It's because Tom Scott called them lizards, which they're not lizards. That's what makes them so cool, is they're so unique and different. So don't call them lizards.
Made it here. All the parts of the ecosystem that mammals would fill instead went to birds or lizards or insects. A lot of
Not
those
a
birds
lizard.
are flightless
Not a lizard.
because there was nothing they had to fly away from, and even the bats spend a lot of time on the ground. Then, in the 13th century, Maori arrived, bringing with them one now extinct species of dog and Polynesian rats. That wasn't great for the local species, and then, in the 18th century, Europeans arrived and brought a lot. Rats, stoats, ferrets, weasels, possums, all predators which the local creatures had not evolved to defend against. If New Zealand wants to keep its unique ecosystem and wants the local species to recover, at least the species that aren't already extinct, then the blunt fact is that either the local species are going to survive or the predators are. The only places in the world that have managed to completely eradicate invasive species are very
hyperfixation. This is super cool, Freya Eloise. This is super cool. So New Zealand, and holy cow, bless the people of New Zealand for doing this. They're trying to eliminate rats from their islands so that their native species can thrive again. And it's a moonshot. This is one of those things that's like, it seems like it's impossible, but, well, shoot, there's actually a Canadian province that has also managed to eliminate rats in mainland Canada. Does anybody know what that is? Which Canadian province has no rats? Does anybody know? It's not the Yukon, Claire Byrne. Nope. It's also the Canadian province that has the most dinosaurs. That's a coincidence. It's unrelated. But yeah. And it was mentioned in chat earlier? Oh, cool. I missed it. Yeah. And that would be lovely. Alberta, says Dieselhead. Yes, indeed. Alberta also like a world capital of dinosaur finds. So, yes, indeed. Yeah. Alberta. I've only been there very briefly myself. I walked there from Montana. But, yeah, and you were born there. Very cool, Amelia Bedelia. Yeah. Yeah.
Species are going to survive, or the predators are. The only places in the world that have managed to completely eradicate invasive species are very small islands, a few square kilometres across, or fenced-off reserves that are regularly patrolled and studied.
Yeah.
And most of those are in and around New Zealand. But clearing something the size of
also Alberta,
and a rural country at that, that's not just a challenge, that's a moonshot. So today, I met with people from predator-free Wellington, because they're some of the folks who are making a start.
Paleo salute to them. Holy cow.
Our, trusty trap boxes. They get pretty hammered out here with all the elements.
There's no one in there right now, okay.
I hope not. No, it's still set, still baited. And then we've got a bait station there too. It's basically toxin. So this is basically a very secure plastic box. It's locked closed so that pets and children, that sort of thing, can't get access to the bait inside.
So pits.
And then in here we've got...
Pits? What pit? So that pit bulls can't get inside? No, she meant pets. Pets. It's that lovely New Zealand accent. So that pets can't get inside? Pets?
Closed so that pets and children, that sort of thing, can't get access to the
pets and children? Children? Pets?
A very secure plastic box. It's locked closed so that pets and children, that sort of thing, can't get access to the bait inside. And then in here we've got a toxic wax block.
Oh, you're just touching that.
Yeah.
She's not going to eat it.
Well, to people or even cats and dogs would have to eat a huge quantity of this for it to have any effect, whereas a rat only needs really 5 grams or so for a lethal dose. Wow. So it makes it a really effective tool. There's also an antidote.
And that is
interesting, Dr. Tara. Okay.
Yeah, they tend to love it. I don't know what the flavour is in there. That's a cereal-based bait, basically. Right. And then this other one here is kind of interesting.
We'll wait for the plane. Right next to the airport.
This is called DTEC, so it's a non-toxic type of bait, and rats love to eat it, but the reason we use it is because it actually glows under UV light bright green, and so they'll eat this and then their droppings or their urine or even their insides will glow. And so for us in our barrier system, it means that
their insides come out?
Detect a rat along here somewhere, or we catch one in a trap, we can work out where it's from, basically.
Right. So that peninsula's free of rats?
Yep, just about.
That section isn't? Yep. And the buffer is right now the airport and this bridge here.
That's
so
the
beachhead.
beachhead.
The airport provides a really nice natural buffer area because rats don't particularly like to be out in the open where it's super exposed, and so we don't see much evidence of them crossing that big concrete expanse.
So the plan is start at the edge of the Miramar.
Wait. The sign there.
That big concrete.
So of course, I'm sure New Zealand is a very developed, very forward-thinking country. Literacy rates are very high. But are literacy rates also high among rats, stoats, and weasels? Oh man, looks like a nice place. Let's go ahead and go in there. Let's get something to eat. Humans do not touch. Hey, but I'm a rat. Let's go in. Let's go have a good time, you know? Yeah.
Expanse.
So the plan is start at the edge of the Miramar Peninsula, eradicate the predators there, and then establish a buffer zone, and then keep pushing that buffer zone back and back and back and back until eventually there are no predators left in the whole of Wellington.
Wow. We've got about 5,800 traps in our network, and then about 6,800 bait stations of varying types.
The trap to me just looks like a box with a hole in it.
Exactly.
And like, if the rat can get in, how does the rat not get out?
It's basically an entrance on one side and the mesh at the other side they can see through. So it looks like a clear run for them, which we've found makes them more likely to go inside and investigate. And then we've got some lure inside as well.
There you go, fish. Yeah.
That just smells really good. And so they'll go in for a nosy. I can whip this open. There we go.
Oh, okay.
Very simple piece of equipment there.
It's a pretty grunty trap.
Yeah. In my head, up until this moment, I was like, oh, it's a trap. The rat goes in, the rat gets trapped, you release the rat. So no, you don't.
Yeah, no. No, this is definitely a lethal trap.
Yeah.
Yep. And it's humane certified to the New Zealand standards. So we basically want traps that the animal's not going to suffer more than it needs to. It's going to be pretty instant, pretty powerful. I can give you a demo of setting it off if you'd like.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's kind of really brutal calculus, isn't it?
They permanently check out. Yeah. You know, the rats or stoats or weasels or other invasive species, you know, mountain gorillas or whoever, they encounter this trap and they set it off, and you know, then they, you know what, chat, they go upstate to live with grandma on the farm, you know? So yeah.
Just either the rat dies or the unique species here dies.
Unfortunately, yeah. I mean, it's never nice to have to kill animals, and rats are, I've got a lot of respect for them. They're great creatures in their own right, but unfortunately they just can't coexist with our native species.
Yeah.
So I can give this a demo. So I'm just going to use my gloves because they're nice and soft and lob them in, and hopefully that will set it off. 2, 1. There we go.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's pretty punchy.
That's going to be messy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's quick. It happens quick. They're up there chilling with grandma before you even know it. You know, before they even know it. So yeah, glue traps. Yes, not a good. Yeah, awful. Patrick Crusader, awful. Glue traps are not. I know a person where she had to go to the hospital because she got caught in some glue traps. They're not a good thing to use. Not a good thing at all. Oh yeah. Yeah. And Charlie's Dragon, agreed. Yeah. Yeah.
How often do you have to clean one of these out?
Not very much these days, thankfully. Along here it's still reasonably rare, but we do catch probably about 3 rats each time we service this barrier system. On the peninsula we're catching a lot less rats now, which is nice. Yep, especially in this hot weather.
You really do have to be so careful.
Oh yeah.
How many people do you have working on this?
So we've got a full-time field staff of about 25, and then there's a few of us in the office as well doing the data crunching and that sort of thing.
Imagine the sense of purpose that comes with a job like that. I know so many people in our modern world have jobs that are either, I don't know, completely pointless or like actively detrimental to society. If you're the sort of person who, like, I don't know, you have to work for an insurance company or a bank or something like that, and you know every day that you go into work and you know, you're actively making the world a worse place, and you make a paycheck and you support your family and everything, but like you feel just that sense of dread that comes from you know, working a job that shouldn't exist. Imagine the sense of purpose that comes with this job, where you're doing something to help the wildlife in your country. This, you know, completely unique set of creatures that they have in New Zealand, and every day you get to go to work and you get to make a difference there. You know? Yeah.
Way more than I thought.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, we've got a huge volunteer force, so they make up about 10% of the efforts on Miramar Peninsula.
Right. And it's government funded, presumably?
Yeah, a lot of it is, so it's a big collaboration, this one. So, what we can see here, we've had a rat come along and chew this monitoring card of ours. So we call these chew cards. They're a really effective monitoring tool. It's basically just a piece of corflute plastic, and then we mash peanut butter into the gaps. But it works a treat. So it's been here within the last week, we know, because we've serviced this quite recently.
You can't poison the peanut butter then?
Unfortunately not. We considered the avenue, but I don't think
Of course, because that's something that other creatures.
Other creatures could get to.
Right.
A dog could have a nibble.
Yep.
It's also the combining of toxin with food is one of those things that I don't think you're technically allowed to do. So we've got to be very careful to keep it all safe and legal and all of that.
No, the trap has not been set off.
Trap's not been set. So it's had a nibble. It's getting interested, but it hasn't gone in yet.
The trouble is, as long as there's a breeding pair of rats anywhere outside that buffer zone, there's a threat. Alberta, Canada, is the only place outside of the poles where there are no rats. And that's because rats never got established there. A combination of harsh geography on all sides and a vicious, almost obsessive government-backed control program kept rats out, and still does to this day. That's what Wellington will always have to deal with, unless they just keep pushing.
Yeah.
The reserve here, this is where the rats have been eliminated rather than suppressed, right?
Yeah, exactly. So it took us about 6 months of really intense efforts, but we've now eliminated all of the rats out of this area.
SB Harkin says, New Zealand seems like a thoughtful place. I agree. I would love to visit there. Some friends of mine actually lived in New Zealand for a while. Yeah, the Boseneckers, Bobby and Sarah. Bobby Bosenecker, esteemed paleontologist, got his doctorate down there in Otago, University of Otago in New Zealand.
So how do you know?
We've got a lot of monitoring that goes into it. Trail cameras, a big one. They're just about the golden standard we can get for monitoring rats. You can see there's one just tucked down in here.
Oh, spot the city boy. Oh, okay, yeah.
So they're camouflaged to blend in as best they can so that the rats don't notice them, and it's pointed at Motalua. It's basically got a syringe of mayonnaise inside with a little motor.
Sure. Okay.
And once a day, it basically pushes out a mill of mayonnaise from the syringe. Without us having to come here every single day, it's keeping a fresh food source and a fresh lure for these rats.
And anything that comes to eat it
gets caught on camera.
Right.
Yeah. It's a really effective way of basically telling us if there's any rats left in an area. And
very
rats
cool.
seem to love egg mayonnaise, so it works pretty well.
And are there any left?
Not in here. It's been a huge effort, but now we can
Wow.
say it's rat-free.
Is it working?
Amazing.
Well, it seems to. The statistics say that animal life is recovering on the peninsula.
Yeah!
This isn't limited to just Wellington. Across the whole of New Zealand, there are groups doing the same. There's a government plan called Predator Free 2050, but it is optimistic. The plan even admits that to pull this off on a national scale, they'll need some new scientific discovery to make this easier. And new scientific discoveries and ecosystem management are words that historically haven't gone well together. Do you think it's going to work?
Yeah.
Do you think that they'll get New Zealand clear by 2050?
I think they will, yeah. I think just looking at the progress we've made in the last couple of years already, particularly here, we've learnt so much in the last 12 months that if you extrapolate that out, I think we've definitely got a good shot at it. I think we'll crack it.
Very cool.
Can it be done?
Very, very cool.
Maybe, with enough money, time and human effort. And for my limited time here, I'd say that protection of the land and ecosystem, the Maori word roughly translated is kaitiakitanga. It seems to be part of New Zealand's national identity in a way I don't think I've seen in any other country I've been to.
It's so beautiful.
Sure, but never a country. If anyone can pull this off, it's going to be New Zealand.
Salute to them. Let's really hope they're able to do that. That is really incredible. The number of completely unique bird species that they have in New Zealand to bring things back to Thursday BIRDSday, you know. Like the black stilt, relative of the black-necked stilt, posted by Mechaholic here. That's what got us off on this tangent. Thank you, Mechaholic, for posting this. What a cool bird. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. Very neat. Very neat. Lenina says, we went to an outdoor event even in Austin, and this rooster and his harem were walking around like they owned the place. And well, they're right. Look at that. Yes. So this is an example of a bird that is spread out all through, I guess, 6 continents. They haven't gained a foothold in Antarctica yet. But the red jungle fowl, domesticated as the chicken, they've become widespread on lots of different continents. 6 continents, I think. You've probably even got them feral in Australia too, right? Anyway, Very cool, Lenina. You know, that's an example of a bird that's done really, really well through its partnership with humans. And, yeah. Yeah. I didn't want to get too close. The rooster was eyeing me. They've got some moxie there, Lenina. That was wise of you. Yeah. We will be talking all about chickens in November. Chickens and turkeys. As a lead up to Thanksgiving, we'll be talking all about their anatomy and maybe even assembling a chicken skeleton. I couldn't find a turkey skeleton, but we got a chicken skeleton. Meteor says white-faced heron. Ooh, beats me. That's a beautiful rock formation they're standing on, though. Holy cow. That's gorgeous. Very cool, Meteor. Herons, genus Ardea, are a bird that I've actually been studying for an upcoming paper. So yeah. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Thank you, Meteor. Megaholic has got some Eurasian collared doves. Very nice. Similar to our mourning doves that we get here in coastal California. Yeah, and they're, of course, related to feral pigeons and the dodo. This is a relative of the dodo, as another kind of dove there. Very nice, Megaholic. Very nice. And a hornbill from Risu. Everyone meet Ezra. She is a southern ground hornbill and the best girl. She has a rock collection, and she places on the window ledge, and she plays a chase game. I touched the glass, she touched the spot, I moved, she moved. My last visit in November, she had disassembled her heater and was bringing the bits up to the window. Hornbills are some of my very favorite birds. They are really, really cool, and holy moly, they've got so much personality. And some of these birds, they will be like almost 100% skeletally mature before the casque on their head starts to grow. And that's something that we see in dinosaurs as well. So they give us clues as to dinosaur ontogeny and paleobiology. Really, really neat. And look at those eyelashes. So birds don't have hair, they have feathers. But they can still have eyelashes. Those are feathery eyelashes on this beautiful bird right here. Look at her. Holy cow. Longer eyelashes than mine, probably. Pretty impressive. Pretty impressive. Thank you, Risu, for sharing. That's very, very cool. Yeah. Dinos did they have fab eyelashes? Feathered dinosaurs very well might have. Yeah. Helps keep dust and crud off of your eyeballs. It's a good thing to have. And Kirsten says, almost Thursday here, not quite. Though another 33 minutes. A tree full of blackbirds on my walk home from work. Very nice, Kirsten. See, this is a beautiful Thursday BIRDSday photo. Because it's just taken, during a day's walk. This is what I intend Thursday BIRDSday to be, The birds that you encounter throughout your week, pay attention to them. Snap a picture to share it and celebrate with us. Look at all those blackbirds. I don't know if these are going to be brewer's blackbirds or grackles or some sort of cowbird or starlings or what. But they are clearly very gregarious. There's a bunch of them there. Very nice, Kirsten Games. Very cool. Yeah. What we would call an LBB. A little brown bird, or a little blackbird in this case. Nice. Nice. Yeah. And, day early. No worries, Kirsten. You can post it anytime during the week. An Art Forever 1988. A bunny for Easter. There you go. Contrary to popular belief, rabbits do not lay eggs. It's birds, dinosaurs that do that. Yeah. Thank you, Art Forever. And Dr. Terra says, what is the mockingbird well mocking? Let's see. Is that a mockingbird? probably is. It almost looks kind of like a shrike or something, but its bill is too small. Is this a mockingbird? It probably is. It is a mockingbird. Okay. I don't know what it's imitating there. Somebody in chat who knows more about bird calls than I do could perhaps figure this out. I so rarely see mockingbirds that I'm not really familiar with them. Yeah. It mocks for thee, says the Lenina. Ask not for whom the mocking bell mocks. It mocks for thee. Yes. Maybe he's just happy. I don't know, Alice. I don't know enough about mockingbirds. Here. I wonder if we can find a good video on mockingbirds. Yeah. Let's see. Yep, it looks like it's got that same twitchy tail. I think you're totally right, Dr. Terra. My apologies. Yeah. Very cool. Just a further reminder to never, under any circumstances, kill a mockingbird. And never, under any circumstances at all, should you mock a killing bird either. For your own safety. Yeah, they can learn 100+ songs. They'll run through them all like a repertoire to claim territory and impress potential mates. That's pretty cool, Green Herring. That's pretty cool. Yeah, very nice. Very, very cool. Thank you, Dr. Terra, for sharing. Lovely. Truly lovely. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Thank you, Cape Cod Shark, for those 100 bits. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. And various hens. Yeah, there you go, pretty much. Yeah. Birds are living dinosaurs. In Clairburst is a pair of circle birds at the Oroville Dam Spillway. Those are probably turkey vultures. Yeah. The upturned wings like that, tell me that's probably a turkey vulture right there. Yeah. And this one probably is too, given that they're hanging out together. Relatively together. But yeah, very nice, Clairburst. Circle birds. Turkey vultures, they love to just circle around on updrafts like that. So, very nice. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. And I should see the bird that mocks chainsaws, David Delune. Yeah. Here, I think that was actually right over here. That was in the search rankings. Yeah. Yeah. Here we go. Here is Sir David Attenborough presenting to us the amazing lyrebird. So the last few bits there, they don't actually. I don't think a lyrebird has ever been observed to sing the Seinfeld theme song, or Happy Birthday or anything like that. But they do imitate chainsaws, car alarms, children shouting, you know, the calls of other birds, kookaburras. It's pretty astonishing. Yeah. So yeah, do lyrebirds even watch Seinfeld? I doubt it, Claire Burr. It's probably not on syndication down there in Straya. You know? Yeah, they hate observational comedy. Like, yeah. You know what? You know what? They like airline food. They like airline food, Jerry Seinfeld. Don't mock it. Yeah. Yeah. Even the milk. Oh, very cool, Nolo. That's really, really neat. Yeah. Thank you, Claire, for those turkey vultures there. Very nice. Thursday BIRDSday birds. They don't have to be super up close. They don't have to be high res. They don't even have to be 100% identifiable. You know? A Thursday BIRDSday bird is a bird that's observed throughout the week and shared on Thursday. So there you go. And green herring has got not just a magnificent photo for us, but a story too. Look at this beautiful strigiform bird right here. Here's a very annoyed barred owl. Annoyed and barred. A pair of ospreys were working on their nest nearby, and they kept breaking off sticks from the trees above where the owl was trying to sleep and generally making a racket, as ospreys do. And they're noisy, aren't they? In recent years, this one park has had a nesting pair of bald eagles, ospreys, red-shouldered hawks, barred owls, and great horned owls. While in a way it is exciting from a birding perspective, it's also a troubling sign of how habitat loss is forcing so many large species of prey into such a small area. With so many large birds of prey into such a small area, I hear you, Green Herring. Thank you, Green Herring, for your contribution. That is, again, top tier. Really, really excellent contribution for Thursday BIRDSday. This beautiful barred owl. Lovely. Holy cow. Yeah. And just to add to the list, we will talk about Mamenchisaurus. We talked about Mamenchisaurus just recently. There's a new publication on it. But we can talk about it again. Tommy Ploticus, yeah. We'll do that tomorrow, I think. Very nice. And we've got... What kind of gull is this, chat? I don't know. But you tell me, what kind of gull is this? I would say a black-billed gull. Just guessing. I don't know my gulls. Give me just a second here. A Venice gull, says Amelia Bedelia. Venetian gull. It would be a sacred gull in Salt Lake City. A bridge gull, very funny fish. Yeah, it's one of those that hang out around water. Famously, there are no birds that hang out around water, Patrick Crusader. I don't know what you're talking about. But very nice. Gulls have got a special place in my heart. And, you know, we talked about this extensively on Friday, didn't we? The miracle of the gulls and everything. But, you know, every gull is a miracle. What a beautiful little theropod there. It eats gondoliers. There you go. But very nice, Bette Midler. At the Grand Canal in Venice, Italy. So Venice itself is built on a tidal lagoon. Which, yeah, I feel like a lot of people don't really appreciate that. It's pretty interesting stuff. From like a geological, sedimentological perspective. But yeah, Yeah, and it's cool to see theropod dinosaurs making a living there. I appreciate it. Very, very cool. Yeah. So yeah. And then chilling out on my garage, Moonrise Rabbit, there is an LBB. I think, chat, this is probably a mourning dove, because they like to hang out on garages. Mourning doves. Yeah, I think that's what this is right here. A mourning dove, isn't it? Yeah. What are these beautiful little theropods? Yeah. That's an ultra high res image. Holy cow. There's another. Yeah. So you can identify them by their sound, which is very distinctive. Morning dove call. Here we go. Yeah. Not hearing it yet. Come on, make your call. They like to go, woo, 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 like that. Yeah. Woo, 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 woo. Yeah. Here's some more. Morning dove. Yeah. It is kind of a mournful sound. It sounds a little bit sad. Hence, morning dove. Yeah. Yeah, I betcha that's what that is right there, Moonrise Rabbit. I betcha that's what that is. Let's open it in a new tab. Looks like a morning dove to me. Maybe head on. There's the head. There's the chest. Looks like a morning dove to me. Yeah. Good stuff, Moonrise Rabbit. Thank you, thank you. Very cool. Yeah. And Lordy says, my cats were very interested in those bird sounds. Were they? Well, shoot, let's continue them. Bird videos for cats to watch. Lordy, see if if your cats will be amused by this. There's a European robin right there. They're so confused. Which cats are watching right now? I'm gonna guess it's probably Sweetie Pie and Minnie Pie, right? Moon Pie is probably off at the window doing other things. Yeah. Let me know, Lordy, which cats it is. Was that a nuthatch right there? Very cool. And what is that? Is it some kind of chickadee or a titmouse, or what is that? Anyway, and Moon Pie and Minnie actually mostly just listening, not so much watching. Oh, well, let's go back to those morning dove calls then. There we go. Yeah. Hey, Moon Pie. Hey, Minnie Pie. You watching right now? Lordy's cat's watching. How you doing?
But it may not seem like much. 500 bits goes a long way towards supporting science. Our treat here on Twitch.
It does go a long way. Thank you, David Delaune. I really appreciate that. Thank you for those 100 bits. Excellent stuff. Yeah. Wonderful. Yeah. And I suspect that's what this bird is right here. Thank you, Moon Eyes Rabbit, for posting. And don't fret, don't fret, fenced in. Meteor, look at the size of that penguin. It's okay. And the goose that hissed at my best friend and I, Christie's Art Nook, like I was talking about earlier, geese like this, Canada geese, any big bird that's there spending most of its time on the ground, it's gonna have to get mean if it wants to survive on the ground and get by. Birds like this are, they gotta have moxie, you know? So, salute to all the big birds making their living there on the ground. The ground is a tough neighborhood, and you gotta be tough to live there. But yeah, yeah. And Green Herring says, I'd say that Venetian gull from a bit ago is either a juvenile yellow-legged gull or a Caspian gull. Not possible to determine 100%? Yeah. Gulls are notoriously difficult to identify down at the species level. And they hybridize in weird ways, and their juveniles all look alike, and like, yeah. Gulls are difficult to identify. This is not a gull here. This is a Canada goose. But what we're talking about was this gull right here from Bette Midler right there. Yeah. And I don't know, something about that kind of like mottled parts, to the sides of the breast right there, that almost says to me that this is a juvenile. That kind of, yeah, this kind of mottled coloration along here. Almost speckled. That's like a juvenile characteristic. This is probably a juvenile. But yeah. But is it a juvenile Caspian or a juvenile yellow-legged gull? I cannot pretend to have that kind of expertise. The Green Herring would know a lot better than I would. So yeah. Yeah. Very, very cool critter. And now, that's probably enough dove noises. There we go. I've seen this before. Emily, this is good. Level 5 goose warning. The goose on platform 2 is violent and has claimed the platform as his own. Please avoid. The theropod takeover has commenced. Please do not panic. Proceed in an orderly fashion to your homes. Do not leave. The birds are taking over. The dinosaurs have returned. And David Delune, that sounds like solid advice there. Yeah. Good stuff there, Emily. Thank you. And Layer Trop says, this is the first time I've seen a real goose. You've only seen fraudulent geese before, Layer Trop? Goose imposters? A few days ago on a walk to the local water reservoir, kind of freaky, but I would love to have gotten closer. I assume it's a gray lag. Interesting. And you can kind of see those tooth-like protrusions that they have on their bill right there. Geese like this, yeah, they don't mess around. Shoot. You know, if geese were only like twice as big, they would probably regularly kill and eat smaller people. So we're lucky that they are the size that they are, you know? Respect, major respect to geese. Holy cow. And Frey says, can't remember the name of this bird, but it makes such a funny noise. And what is this? You weren't kidding. What? It's such a short video. Is that a ptarmigan? What is that? What is this? It's some kind of like galliform type bird, it looks like. Something related to a chicken, maybe? Like maybe a ptarmigan? What is this? What is this? Yeah. A grouse, says Musaica. It's a grouse. Oh, but what kind of grouse? It's not a sage grouse. Not like I would see out on the American Prairie Reserve in, like, central Montana. This is something else. Okay. A British grouse. Interesting. A grouchy grouse. Original old dog. You know, I wonder if grouch and grouse actually have the same root word. If they have got a common etymology there. I would not be shocked if that were the case. Took in the Peak District, England. Very cool, Freya. Very, very cool. One more time. One more time. Ah, delightful. Very nice, Freya. Very nice. Pretty neat. And then for our final one, we've got Vix. Vix says, went to the zoo and got to hand feed this lovely girl. What kind of a vulture is that? Is that a vulture? Beautiful, beautiful bird there. Holy cow. She is stunning. Look at her. My goodness. And you got to feed her by hand? That's super, super cool. Yeah. Really, really neat. Very cool. Very, very cool. A blue-throated piping guan. Her name is Cookie. How incredibly charming. Holy moly. Yeah. Lovely. A blue-throated piping guan. Let's look her up on the Tree of Life. There we go. Blue-throated piping guan. There we go. Yeah. Very nice. Yeah. A blue-throated piping guan. Least concern. What a beautiful bird that is. Holy moly. Let's see if we can look them up on here. Yeah. Look at that gorgeous bird. Holy moly. I did not know this bird existed until today, so thank you, thank you. That is really lovely. Oh, gorgeous. Wow. It's such a privilege to be able to share our planet with these incredible animals, these descendants of Mesozoic theropod dinosaurs. Very cool, Amber Vix. Very, very cool. And it's so cool you got to hand feed her. What an awesome, awesome creature there. Very cool, Amber Vix. Really appreciate you sharing. Yeah. Very nice. And now, let me share with you, I completely forgot to share this last week, my own Thursday BIRDSday bird. This is now from a little while ago. But, let's see, scrolling. And there we go. I was trying to get a picture of this bird, which was too far away. And I didn't have a zoom lens. I didn't have a fancy camera. All I had was my smartphone and a pair of binoculars. And I said, you know what? I could be smart about this. I'm a tool-using primate here, you know? I can figure this out. And so I decided to try and combine the two. Binoculars and phone. to photograph this bird here. This, shoot, it's a little bit too hard to see right there. It gets a little bit better right here. And there we go. Then I got it lined up. Here it is. This, ladies and gentlemen, does anybody know who this bird is? I'll be very impressed if anybody gets it. Yeah, there we go. Who is this? Anybody know? Tree kiwi mare space? You got the first part right. This, dear viewers, is a bird that I had never photographed before. I was really proud of myself for getting this. It's a bird with a kind of a hardcore West Coast name. Here we go. It is called a California thrasher. Somebody who's got a much better camera than me took this footage. Beautiful. A California thrasher. Look at that long bill on it. I don't even know what these guys are related to. But you see them on California Birds sometimes. Very cool, yeah. He's into skateboarding. Yeah, thrasher, you know. Yeah. A California thrasher. And does it drink nectar? Holly Lifton, I don't know. I kind of have to wonder. I'm not sure. Yeah. Let's look them up on the Tree of Life. We'll go from the blue-throated piping guan to the California thrasher. There we go. What are they related to? Ooh, way down there in the passerine birds. California thrasher. Toxostoma redivivum. What do thrashers eat? American thrashers. And they are related to mockingbirds. And mockingbirds. Interesting. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah. But what do they do? What do they eat? Thrasher magazine. Different. California thrasher thrashing. Ever wonder why the California thrasher has a large curved beak? In fact, I do wonder right now. Why? Because they thrash around in the leaves? Is that really why? Huh. Well, we gotta look this bird up now. California thrasher. Let's look at all about birds. Yeah. A long-tailed, lanky songbird with a deeply curved bill, the California thrasher is a key species of California chaparral. That's a cool ecosystem. This relative of mockingbirds is an exuberant songster, and both males and females sing from the tops of shrubs, sometimes duetting. They forage on the ground using their strong legs and long tail for leverage as they sweep the bill through leaf litter to uncover insects and other prey. And that is precisely what we saw right here. Very nice. So I guess that's what they use that long bill for? I would not have guessed that. I would have guessed that they're eating insects out of a cactus, or they're slurping up nectar, or they're probing with their bills in the sand for, I don't know. Songbirds are usually not in the sand, but, you know. But there we go. They're eating insects, clearing away leaf litter. That actually makes a lot of sense, because I saw this bird in an area where there would have been a lot of leaf litter. Yeah. This is just for tossing stuff around. Very cool. Very cool. The California thrasher. Wow. Very nice. Yeah. Pretty neat. Pretty neat indeed. And so there we go. Happy Thursday BIRDSday to you, chat. And with that, it is now time for us to wrap things up. I've been going for almost 5.5 hours. So, for our credits here, let's run our credits over this ancient bird here, Archaeopteryx. And then we might go right into California birds. Let's see if they're online right now. The sun is not yet set. It's not super dark out there yet. And holy cow, Holy Lifton. Thank you. Thank you for those 5 gift subs, Holy Lifton. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. Yeah. Well, actually, Hoot House is also on right now. And they've got 6 fluffy owlets to look at. We're gonna look at them. Yeah. There we go. Yeah. I like the owls too, Amelia Bedelia. Thank you to everybody whose names are showing up here in the credits. Whether you're a moderator keeping this train on its tracks, thank you, moderators. Whether you're a subscriber or a recurring subscriber or a gifter, thank you for contributing financially to these broadcasts and helping me do what I do here. Supporting me would not be possible without you. To the viewers and the lurkers and the chatters, thank you, thank you. For keeping things interesting around here. Appreciate that very much. And to Raiders, Westery, thank you again for the raid. Appreciate that. Tomorrow, I think we'll be doing another game of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, or Who Wants to Be a Paleontologist, a review quiz game. Should be a lot of fun. And we'll also be talking about Iguanodon and its discovery for the birthday of Mary Mantell, who may or may not have discovered Iguanodon. We'll be talking about that. Talking about Victorian paleontology. So tune in tomorrow. Should be a lot of fun, and I hope to see you there. But for now, we're going to go check on this owl family. My goodness, they've gotten big, these baby owls. You'll see in a minute. Bye-bye, everybody. Thanks again. Take care. See you tomorrow.